217. 9. Index of subjects. (221). 131. Section 1. The modular oblation. Every day in the year, in every Lamaist temple in Tibet, there is offered up by the officiating priest a notable oblation. Few, even among students of religion, have ever heard of it. One know of but two writers who give evidence of acquaintance with the details of the rite, and neither of these shows any adequate appreciation of its significance. To my mind, the offering is the most interesting, and in some respects the most impressive, anywhere found in the whole history of human worship. It consists of 38 little thumb and finger pinches of rice grains on a tray. Why this simple offering should have such exceptional impressiveness and significance can never be understood without some understanding of Lamaism. And Lamaism can never be understood without a careful study of the earlier Indian Buddhism, of which it is a corrupt but more highly organized form. To this earlier system, then, to its view of the world and of human life, one must first invite your attention. In the poem entitled The Daisy, Tennyson recounts some travels of his in Italy, and in so doing chances to recall his impressions of the Milan Cathedral. Immediately his own verse takes on a new elevation and he cries out, "O Milan, the chanting choirs, the giant windows blazoned de fires, the height, the space, the gloom, the glory." That last line is apt to haunt me whenever one turn my thoughts in the direction they are now about to. 133. 134. The Earliest Cosmologies. Take
With a good degree of continuity, one have studied Brahmanic and Buddhistic teachings for more than 25 years, yet even now it often seems as if one were only mastering the alphabet of a strange new language.
One even thought of writing for this very occasion a paper with this title, Why One am Resolved to Abandon My Studies of Buddhism. More than once one have suspended them, but the issue of the next new text translation, or treatise thereon, has usually reawakened my zeal. Still, as often as one returned to the contemplation of the Buddhist conception of the world and of life, one feel afresh. Oh, the height, the space, the gloom, the glory. To get some impression of the altitude and spaciousness of this worldview, one know of no better way than to start with the familiar worldview of the ancient Greeks, and thence to proceed to that described in the sacred books of the Buddhists. Omitting, then, all debated questions, we may remind ourselves that the world of Homer and Hesiod consisted, first, of an earth for the abode of men living and dead. Second, above this a starry heaven inhabited by the gods. And third, below the earth at an equal distance with the sky a Tartarus full of murky darkness, the abode of Titans and other dethroned enemies of the gods. Beyond this overarching heaven and underarching Tartarus naught existed or was imagined to exist. This one world shell included the abodes of all beings and all beings themselves. No conception of the universe could well be clearer or more complete. What, now, of its dimensions? How far was it supposed to be from highest heaven to lowest hell?
We cannot tell in furlongs or in miles.
Homer.
The model oblation.
135. However, tells us that Tartarus was as far below the earth as the heaven was above it, and Hesiod confirms this when he tells us that an anvil dropped from heaven would fall 9 days before reaching the earth, and that if dropped from the earth it would likewise require 9 days to reach the bottom of murky Tartarus. Such a measurement, however, would seem to be a little poetic and to have something of the exaggeration of poetry, for when the Father of gods and men hurled Hephaestus over the battlements of heaven, he alighted on Lemnos, according to his own testimony in the Iliad, at the close of one day's fall. Moreover, we must not forget that in the Odyssey we find the giants planning to scale the heights of heaven by simply piling Pelion upon Ossa and Ossa upon Olympus, so making the distance only the height of those 3 mountains. Indeed, Atlas was tall enough to stand upon the earth and support the heaven upon his upstretched hands. With these cosmological thought measures of the Greeks in mind, let us now turn to the cosmos of the Buddhists, not forgetting that it was inherited in large part from the yet older Hindu teaching. The description I am about to give is based upon those of Spence Hardy, Beale, and the more recent Oriental scholars. First, let us take the Homeric world shell and see what enlargement it may need to enable it to accommodate the Buddhist thought of the world as contents. In its center, laterally considered, we must locate the stupendous mountain Meru, or Sumeru, which means beautiful Meru. This is the upright axis of the earth conceived of as an enormous 4-square mountain. Around it revolve the sun and moon in horizontal orbits. It is glorious beyond description, being like burnished gold on one side, silver on another, sapphire. 136.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
On another, ruby on another. From base to summit it is, miles. Its support underneath is the still larger Trakuta rock, whose 3 supporting peaks are each, miles in height. This tripod-like pedestal rests upon the Galpalova, or world stratum of gold, which rock-like serves as a bottom to all the oceans.
In vertical thickness this is, miles.
Next underneath this is a Jolapalova, or world stratum of waters, miles in thickness, and below this a world stratum of air, the Irginia Palova, and this is, miles in thickness. Below this, our world, or, as the Buddhist would say, our sakwala, does not extend. One of the greatest of recent achievements of science is the liquefaction of atmospheric air.
A few weeks after its first accomplishment, the Emperor and Empress of Germany visited a laboratory of the university in Berlin to witness the performance of the wonder by a famous professor from Munich.
At the close of the successful experiment, the enthusiastic emperor, with his own hand, decorated the professor with an imperial order. Our next problem will be the solidifying of this liquefied air. Of this science has not yet begun to dream. These Orientals, however, began to dream of it long ago. If the German Kaiser could visit this bottom stratum of the Buddhist world, he would find that though it is a stratum of air, it is one perfectly solid and harder than a diamond. Returning now from the bottom of things and ascending through the air stratum, miles, and through the water stratum, miles, and through the gold stratum, miles, and through the earth stratum, miles, we arrive at last at the level of Jambudvipa, and the 3 other island continents which constitute the abode of men and of the beings.
The model ablation.
137. With which men are most familiar.
We have measured the depth of our world shell, nearly, miles.
It remains to explore its height. But before we scale the heavens, we must ascend on terra firma, a stupendous series of terraces, 7 in number, quadrangular in form, one and enclosing in their center Mount Meru, the axial line of our heavens and earth. These 7 terraces dam in and hold in place 7 intervening seas, also concentric, of course, with the square continents which separate and shore them. Now, as Jambudvipa, our own particular abode, lies in the Great Sea, the outermost of all, a step in thought from our own island continent to the nearest of the 7 concentric square continents would be a step across the inner portion of the outermost sea up to the higher level of the 7th of the continents. Another thence to the 6th continent would take one across the 7th sea and up to the level of the 6th continent, and so on, until on crossing the first or innermost sea one would plant his feet on the lofty level of the visible base of Mount Meru. One say lofty level because the height of the 7th continent above the outermost sea is more than miles, that of the 6th above the 7th more than, that of the 5th above the 6th more than, and so on each time in redoubled numbers, until the last or inmost step alone lifts us more than miles toward the heavenly regions, although properly speaking we are still on terra firma.
We are now at the level of Ilavrita, the divinely beautiful country surrounding the visible base of Mount Meru.
Far above us are the heavens to which we now turn our attention. The first, our lowest, is called the heaven of the Maha. Lead picture on p. 79 of Whitehouse Buddhism of Tibet, London, 1895. 138.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Rajas, that is, the heaven of the 4 great kings. Ancient Hindu cosmography places at the forecorners of this divinely beautiful country, Ilavrita, 4 stupendous mountains, each miles in height. These constitute what are called the 4 buttresses of the far loftier Meru, which stands in their center, and towers to an almost immeasurable distance above them. Now, the heaven which at the height of miles overarches Ilavrita and all the concentric quadrangular oceans and continents below is the heaven of the 4 great kings. Each of these kings is sovereign over the quarter of the world in which his mountain is located, and each has subjects much resembling demigods. One of these mighty monarchs is white, another imperial purple, another imperial yellow, another imperial red.
A part of their duty is to drive back any demon armies that may strive to reach the heavens of the gods by scaling Mount Meru.
The normal lifetime of beings born into this lowest heaven, and man or beast, or god, or ghost, is liable to be born into it, is years. The second heaven is that of the 33 gods, or, as it is often called from the name of its king, the heaven of Sakra. This overarches the heaven of the four great kings. It must be at least miles higher up, for it is on a level with the summit of Mount Meru. Right on that summit is the palace and the capital city of King Sakra. Of course, his dominions extend laterally far beyond this capital to almost unimaginable distances.
The most moderate statement is miles.
The lifetime of anyone born into this heaven is years. It almost gives one a brain paralysis to remember that in his various previous births before his last, Gautama, the founder of Buddhism, was bombed into this heaven no less than 20 times.
The model oblation. 139.
Accordingly, he spent in this one abode no less than years. It is the heaven into which his mother was born on her decease 7 days after she had given him birth. One can but feel an interest in learning what kind of a place it is. Here is a brief account from one of the Shastras summarized by Beale in his Catena of Buddhist Scriptures. The central city is miles in circuit. The towering gates are 15 miles in height and there are 1,000 of these gates. Each gate has 500 blue-clad celestial watchmen fully armed. In its center is a kind of inner city called the Golden City of King Sakra. Here he has a pavilion, miles in circuit. Its floor is of pure gold inlaid with every kind of costly gem. This inner city has 500 gates, and on each of its 4 sides are 100 towers. In each tower 1,700 chambers. In each chamber 7 devas, and each devi is attended by 7 hand maidens.
All these devas are consorts of King Sakra, with whom he has intercourse in different forms and personations according to his pleasure.
The total region of this heaven, like others, is surrounded by a 7-fold wall, a 7-fold ornamental railing, a 7-fold row of tinkling curtains, and beyond these are 7 rows of talus trees. All these encircle one another, and are of every color of the rainbow, being composed of every imaginable precious substance.
So the description runs on and on.
This King Sakra is himself one of the most interesting of all imaginable gods. He is for a trumpet a remarkable conch shell 120 cubits in length, and when he has finished blowing a merry blast upon it, it continues to sound on and on 4 months before its wind is exhausted. Moreover, his 140.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Rome is a kind of moral thermopile, so that every now and then when some saint down in the human world is achieving some extraordinary merit, one so great that he is in danger of becoming more powerful than any god, this marble throne suddenly begins to grow hot, and Sakra is prompted to descend in haste to the world of men and look into the case.
Usually he disguises himself as a man and tests the saint, and as the stories have been written by the saints, he is usually represented as overwhelmed with amazement at the wisdom and transcendent powers of the man he came to test. One could easily fill an hour with readings from his adventures of this kind as told in the Jatakamala and other sacred books. Of course we must not, for we have yet higher heavens to climb. Our earthly minutes and hours are not like those found in these heavenly places. The third heaven is inhabited by beings called Yamas, and their king is Suyama. This is at an immense distance above the heaven of Sakra. As its inhabitants are far above all possible incursions from the demon armies, they are called strifeless. They determine the time of day by the opening and shutting of the flowers. Their peaceful lifetime extends through the liberal allowance of our years. The fourth heaven, far above this, is that of the Tushitas, or the satisfied ones. Their king is Santushita. This seems to be regarded as specially holy, as it is the last home of Bodhisattvas, or future Buddhas, one by one, before their final birth as men. Maitreya, the fifth and last of our present world cycle, is now in this heaven biding his time.
We may have long to wait for him, for the life allowance here is years.
The modular oblation.
141. Of the fifth heaven the sacred books have little to say. Its inhabitants are called the gods who delight in fashioning. With them life runs on 2 years. To indicate the progressive disappearance of the sensual in the heavenly beings as one ascends, the people are taught that in the first heaven the occupants propagate the species in the same way as human beings, in the second it is done by a mere clasping in the arms, in the third by a mere touch of hands, in the fourth by colloquy, or an interchange of speech, and in the fifth by a mere exchange of glances. Beyond this abode propagation is supposed to cease. 1. The sixth is the heaven of King Mara, and he rules over millions of subjects, also called Maras. This King Mara, like Sakra, has great interest in men. He tests them so often and so mercilessly that he is often called the Buddhist Satan. If time would permit, one should like to read the description of his temptation of Gautama when he was sitting under the bo tree. The elephant which Mara rode on that occasion was 150 leagues in height. In many passages he is called the Wicked One / but this cannot be taken in our strict monotheistic sense. He is a god ruling over gods, and their happy lives fill out years. The garments of any one of these weigh only the 128th part of a single ounce. It is the last heaven in which clothing of any kind is needed. How many more heavens above these 6 rise from height to height unpicturable? 20. It is manifestly impossible to proceed with such d. 1. Pallas and Koppen, quoted in Menzel's for Chrysler and Sterblich Kietzler, 1, 277. 142.
The earliest cosmologies.
Thales hitherto. We must group the whole 26, as the Buddhist teachers themselves do. The first 6 are the heavens of sensuous gods, divinities, capable, like the Olympians, of marriage and propagation, yet so self-luminous with divine energies that none of these heavens have need of the light of a sun or of a moon, any more than did that celestial city described in the Apocalypse. On being born into any one of them, a person takes the color of the celestial flower on which one's eyes may chance first to fall. The 20 yet higher heavens are collectively styled the Brahmaloka, or heavens of Brahma. If a stone as big as a pagoda were dropped from the lowest of these, it would fall years before it could reach the earth, so we are assured in one of the Shastras. Purhisid anvil and its 9 days fall are as naught. The 7th, 8th, and 9th heavens take us beyond all trace of sense high into the spirit realm. No being can ever reach any one of them until sublimated by long practice of meditation and mystic vision up to the ecstatic experience known as the first dhyana, a spiritual trance. Over the third of this group, namely the 9th in the total order, presides as sovereign great Brahma, the supreme god of ancient Brahmanism. The 10th, 11th, and 12th constitute another group of 3 attainable only by beings who have attained the powers and virtues of the second trance. In like manner the 13th, 14th, and 15th are a yet higher group attainable only by those who have attained the powers and virtues of adepts in the third trance. Next follows a group of 7, the 16th to the 22nd inclusive. And these are attainable only by beings who have attained the transcendent powers.
The modular oblation.
143. And virtues of adepts in the 4th and highest transecondation. It is well that these so-called heavens of form extend no higher, for as we ascend through them the inhabitants are found to increase in stature in a geometrical progression, so that here in the 22nd they are in height of our miles. Combining now all 4 of these groups of heavens reached by beings sublimated to the trance stages, we have what the Buddhist scriptures call the heavens of form, Rupaloka. They are 16 in number. Beyond and above this higher group, comes last of all, most ineffable of all, before Rupaloka, are heavens of formless entities. These are the 23rd, the 24th, 25th, and 26th. The altitude of these no archangelic surveyor can ever measure, for they rise into a realm as impalpable as that of objectless thought. The tenants of the 26th are called beings who abide in neither consciousness nor unconsciousness. Equals.
Here, then, culminates the spheroidal sequela in which we dwell. No opium dream described by De Quincey ever grew to such unimaginable proportions or so moved us to exclaim,
"Oh, the height, the space, the gloom, the glory." As yet, however, one have hardly more than made a beginning in Buddhist cosmology. One have simply taken you from the bottom of our enlarged Homeric world shell to its summit. Had one time to make a horizontal journey from one side of this fairy world to the other and around the four sides of beautiful Meru, we should find spaces and groupings and distances quite as bewildering. We should find geometric continents, and satellite continents, and lakes and seas, all filled with 144.
The Earliest Cosmologies. Fantastic yet remarkably coherent creations, and all described with the greatest apparent accuracy of detail.
We should find the 7th concentric sea common salt seawater, but the 6th is pure fresh water, the 5th comparable only to spirits of wine, the 4th to sugarcane juice, the 3rd to butter, the 2nd to fragrant curds, the highest and innermost, the 1st, to a milk-like liquid of absolute whiteness, yielding to the gods an elixir of life.
And the depth of this innermost and highest of the 7 concentric quadrilateral seas, like its breadth, is miles.
Here we might see waves 400 miles in height, others 600, each variety with its own proper nautical name. Nor would these produce any sense of disproportion. In such vast expanses they would be the various ripplings of a summer sea. Take the outermost ocean, the one in which we live. The 4 island continents therein are the outermost land, but beyond this last barrier of land the waste of waters extends out and out and out to the uttermost wall of the world, a distance of miles. And that far off outer shore we should find a circular wall of iron or of living metallic rock, like iron, miles in height, 1/2 above the water and 1/2 below. The circumference of this circular wall, this solid equatorial girdle of the world, is no less than miles. Crossing such a world we should very likely be fortunate enough to see in one of these oceans a timinda, a fish, miles in length, or perchance the timingala, which is miles long, or possibly even the timirapingala, which is miles in length. With every motion of its right or left ear it agitates the waters, miles in all directions. This creature requires water more than 1,000 miles deep to cover his.
The modular ablation.
145. Back.
Do not regard this as an exaggerated or fanciful fish story, for these sacred writers tell us of 4 other finny monsters that sport in these mighty waters, and each of these is miles in length. In a world of such dimensions, why wonder at the size of the jambu tree?
From root to highest tuft is miles. The space covered by the outspreading branches is in circumference, miles. The trunk is 150 miles around, and from the root to the first branches it is 500 miles. Each of the 4 main branches is 500 miles in length, and wherever a fruit of the tree is dropped, plants of gold immediately spring up. The adjustment of all the parts of this almost illimitable world is thoroughly thought out. The outer and inner dimensions of all the 7 concentric square continents are exactly stated. So far as one have noticed, all of our European and American scholars have represented these continents as on one level, that of the outermost ocean. This is not correct. Counting outward from Mount Meru, each lies at a vastly lower level than the one preceding, and these differences of level, as already stated, are arranged according to a strict arithmetical progression. The 4 island continents well deserve a passing glance. Situated in the outermost ocean, on opposite sides of Mount Meru, they all sustain a like relation to the circling sun and moon. Accordingly, when it is exactly noon in our far southern continent, it is sunset in the eastern, sunrise in the western, and midnight in the northern. The 4 are differentiated by their shape as well as position. The one in the far east is shaped like a half moon, the one in the far south like an equilateral triangle, the one in the far west a perfect circle, the one in the far north a perfect square. 146.
The earliest cosmologies
are inhabited by men, but by men of very different tribal characteristics. For example, the forms of their faces in every case correspond to those of their continents. As a consequence, the men of the western continent have faces as round as a full moon. The faces of the men of the east, on the contrary, are simply semilinear, a state of things very embarrassing, one would think, to a person of the country desiring to be photographed in more than one position. As our continent is triangular, the ideal facial outline with us is triangular, that is, broad across the temples and descending gently to a point beneath the chin. One will only add that different complexions are found in all of the 4 continents except the northern. There all the inhabitants are white. These also have keener senses than we, and their stature is from 10 to 14 feet. It is also said that they live without sickness to the ripe old age of 1,000 years. In the Buddhist conception of the place of man in the world and his possible power over the world, we everywhere find a characteristic impatience of anything like ordinary limitations. To begin with origins, men were gods before they were men. The first men came down from the 12th heaven and came into their present abodes by what is called the apparitional birth. At that time there was no difference of sex among them, and the glory radiating from their bodies was so great that there was no necessity for sun or moon. They could soar through the air at will, and their lives of peace and innocent happiness extended through a period of years.
With every renewal of the infinite series of world cycles, men came back to this pristine glory and power and longevity.
But even now, in this worst of the component ages,
the model ablation.
147. At the present world cycle, it is hard to set any limit to human powers and possibilities. It is true that most men are ignorant, but if a man covets knowledge and will practice the right regimen, he can come to such insight that he can see back in his own history through 100,000 births and beyond, recalling every event that gave him pleasure or pain. Men seem to be of limited powers of locomotion, but by the right regimen, even here on earth, a man may gain the power to visit other worlds, even the worlds of the gods, at will. Men generally seem to have little power over the elements, but by the right use of the so-called kasinas any man can pass through ramparts of stone, create winds and rains, walk on the water, and subdue fire by the superior intensity of the light proceeding from his own eyes. Men seem subject to death, but in reality even the weakest and lowest and vilest of men never dies. He simply passes the gateway of one more birth and with royal port proceeds with the further exploration of the world house, in every part of which he is sure at one time or another to have his habitation. It would be interesting, at this point, to visit other realms and races in our strange sequela. Its hells are as interesting and as numerous as its heavens. Those beneath Jambudvipa are as elaborately laid out and subdivided as Dante's Inferno. The durations of punishment are frightfully protracted. Thus in the Taponahelde period is, years, and of those infernal years each day and night is equal to, of our years. Leaving the hells of fire and hells of frost, we might visit the contiguous regions occupied by the Pretas. These are the most multiform, the most ill-looking, ill-feeling, ill-smelling, and ill-acting ghouls that a 148.
The earliest cosmologies.
Luxuriant Oriental imagination has ever been able to create. From that abode it would be a positive relief to betake ourselves to the submarine metropolis and royal city of the Nagas, or dragons. Of these there are 5 orders or races, and their supreme kings are among the most powerful of beings. They have under the great sea palaces as splendid as that mentioned as in the heaven of King Sakra. 2 of these dragon kings, Nanda and Upananda, are said to be the largest of all sentient beings, being able to enfold Mount Meru 7 times round, their heads above the top of it and their tails in the deep sea. This would imply a length of at least 2 or 3 millions of miles.
This reminds me of a famous prehistoric event frequently alluded to in Hindu mythology.
It seems that at the dawn of the history of our present world, one of these royal snake ships, Vasuki by name, was displaying his million-league length rather aggravatingly on Mount Meru, with a coiler to round the middle of the mountain just to hold on the better, when, suddenly, the mischievous gods came down on one side and the Asura demons came up on the other, and the one party seizing him by the head and the other by the tail, they began pulling, first this way, and then that, in rhythmic alternations, so that the mountain, big as it was made to spin round like an oriental drill, first to the right, and then to the left, in a manner astonishing to behold. This certainly was colossal sport for the gods and demons. But the king of snakes, enraged at the indignity, spat floods of venom over the demons, and though devils may be able to stand a good deal of venom, as a kind of native element, these at last got more than they could stand and were glad to desist.
All, however, is well that ends well.
And this.
The modular ablation. 149.
Frank of the playful gods and demons ended in great good. You remember that the mountain stands in an ocean of the purest and richest imaginable milk. It came to pass, therefore, that these revolutions and counter-revolutions of the mountain in it had the same effect as the movement of a rotary churn, and the result was the milk ocean was churned and churned to a charm. For out of the churning there came forth 7 precious things, the 7 highest treasures of the world. One of these was Lakshmi, the goddess of beauty, excelling all other beauties in the world. Another was the primordial jewel, fairer than all others, mother of all others, in the world.
Another was the Parijata, a tree of the heavenly paradise,
antitype and paragon of all the trees that ever grew. And so on and on. As a consequence of this famous churning of the ocean and the production of these 7 world treasures, the universe has always been the richer for the practical joke played upon Vasuki by the sportive gods and demons. But while this system of cosmography and geography and natural history is wrought out to the minutest details, we must not suppose that the resulting cosmos is regarded as possessing a changeless and finished fixity. The world that now has had a beginning and will have an end.
A world upon the same general plan preceded it, another after an almost immeasurable duration will follow.
To the series no mind of man or God can discover a beginning, no mind an end.
Moreover, while that we have been exploring has been within the one enlarged Homeric world shell with which one a very remarkable picture of this churning of the ocean may be seen on page 245 of a rare old work, entitled Denkwartige Gesellschaften des Ostindischen und Unterschiedlich Kaiser von Japan, von Arnold Montanus, Folio, Amsterdam,
1669. 150.
The earliest cosmologies.
We find that the authors of this cosmology have not been content with one such sequela, but have broken through the very walls of what seemed to be the total universe, and found other worlds outside and beyond. And each of these is equipped with a Mount Meru and with these vast concentric oceans, and intervening continents, and with island continents and heavens of sense, and heavens of form, and heavens of formlessness, like the one in which we live. And what is the number of these outer worlds? 10,000 is a figure often met, but this is only the unit of a higher calculus.
10,000 of these decachiliad word groups constitute a higher unitary group. And again 10,000 of these inconceivable aggregations constitute the authority domain of merely one of the innumerable Buddhas provided for in the beginningless and endless ongoing of the universe.
Accordingly, in the Visuddhimagga we read that any Buddha has 3 domains, and that the first, or birth domain, comprises 10,000 worlds. But the second, or his authority domain, comprises 100,000 times 10 million worlds, while his knowledge domain is endless and boundless. In fact, the Buddhist conception appears to be that illimitable space is close-packed, tier on tier with infinite millions of as like that in which we have been making explorations, and that even the underlying spaces which these spheroidal worlds from the nature of their form cannot fill are utilized as hells of ineffable frigidness, hells far more inenderable than any of the infernos of fire and frost to be found under our earth and under the earth in each of the other sectors innumerable. Whether these infinite tiers of spheroidal worlds are so arranged that the human end of each world is upward as we count upwardness, or
the model ablation.
151. Whether by inversion of position the heavens of the world immediately above our own are next our Brahma heavens, bringing the 26th in each system into contiguity, one cannot say. Some things seem to favor the latter supposition. In other words, comparing the worlds to eggs, there is some evidence to show that in the egg basket of illimitable space each tier of world eggs is so packed that the pointed ends in one tier always adjoin the pointed ends in the tier below, and, vice versa, the same would hold of the broader ends. In either case, by including and utilizing as hells the spaces unoccupied by worlds, this system of thought, as if, like nature, abhorring a vacuum, makes universal space an absolute plenum. Though space may remain an infinite abysm, it at least is not empty and yawning and meaningless. But I am one not forgetting that remarkable ablation of which one was to speak. Not at all. Every word one have uttered has been needful for its full understanding. Indeed, even now so many more preliminaries are needful that one hesitate to proceed. The lapsing moments, however, warn me that one must. Has it ever occurred to you that, at some time, somewhere, in some thoughtful soul, the question must have arisen, what is the greatest of all possible offerings that one can bring and lay upon the altar of my God? In lands and times in which religious offerings were brought by hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands, the difference between the costly and the commonplace, between the petty and the unprecedented, would be often noted and would inevitably suggest that question. Here is the monarch with his hecatomb of fattened beeves, the wealthy merchant with his 5 or 10 unblemished bullocks, the youthful bridegroom. 152.
The earliest cosmologies. With his single lamb, the indigent mother with her 2 small pigeons, all equally appropriate because sincerely adjusted to ability.
But what of their intrinsic value, and what gift of mortal would be worthiest of the god? One know not when, or where, or in what mind, this question first found answer, but certain it seems that in some Lamestic mind it found an answer sublimely beautiful. The answer was that no religious offering was worthy of the highest that was less than the total universe of finite being with all the precious things therein. And having reached this insight, the authors of the Lamestic ritual provided that each day in the round year, in every temple, this supreme, this ideal offering should be offered up. The result is the model oblation of which this paper treats. The solemn ceremony is singularly impressive. Let us watch, premising only that unlike the earliest Buddhists, these Tibetan ones conceive of the Buddhas, not as extinct personalities, but rather as ineffable immortal intelligences who have extricated themselves from the total world process, and now in supermundane glory and peace compassion at the beings still entangled in the round of endless transmigrations. In the presence of these ineffably exalted ones our priest appears. On great occasions and in the greater temples an elaborate series of ritual acts precedes the modular oblation. This, however, is the culminating act of the entire service. At the proper time, after the tinkling of the altar bell, the priest reverently wipes clean a consecrated tray and places it upon the altar before him. Then with his 2 hands he sprinkles some rice grains on the tray, saying that by this symbolic act he lays the golden foundation of the universe. Then he sets upon the tray a large metallic ring which he reverently. The modular oblation. 153. Names as the iron girdle of the universe / then with similar descriptive words he deposits in the center of the ring a pinch of rice to represent the king of mountains, Mount Meru. Next, near the rim of the cosmic ring, in the midst of the outermost of the concentric oceans, he deposits, first in the far east, next in the far south, next in the far west, and next in the far north, the 4 pinches which represent Jambudvipa and the 3 other island continents. With every pinch he gives the name of the continent intended, and we are told that throughout the entire ceremony it is specially insisted on that the officiant must mentally conceive that he is actually bestowing all this wealth of continents, gods, etc., upon his Lamaist deities who themselves are quite outside the system of the universe. Next, to represent the island world the priest deposits each side of each island continent 2 other dowels of rice representing the 8 so-called satellite continents, which he names in their order. Then as each of the 4 island continents has a supreme treasure possessed of magical virtue, the east one a jewel mountain, the south one a wish-granting tree, the west one a wish-granting cow, and the north one a wish-granting soil of magical fertility, the priest names each of these world treasures and at each naming makes in its proper place a rice deposit. This finishes what we may call the first story of the universe. To represent the second there is placed above the first ring a second, somewhat narrower, but of equal height. This is to include the symbols of the best and most precious things in the regions between us and the highest mundane heaven. First come the so-called 7 precious things. Beginning once more at the east, and once more passing round by quarter circles, he names and indicates with 154. The earliest cosmologies. The rice dowels the first 4. Then in the intervening spaces follow the symbols of the remaining 3, and of the 4-fold vase of great treasure, which came into being the moment of the birth of Buddha. After these celestial treasures the inhabitants of these celestial regions must be represented. For this purpose 8 maternal demigoddesses are selected. These are named in order, and beginning at the east, as before, the station of each is indicated by a rice dowel close to those of the precious things, a trifle closer to the center of the circle. With this the second story of the universe is finished. Then is superimposed the third ring, narrower than the second but of greater height. Here must be symbolized the splendor and the sovereignty and the power and the life found only in the topmost mundane heavens. To mark this splendor the priest places a rice dowel in the east and names the sun, then one in the west and names the moon. A dowel in the south represents the jeweled world umbrella of universal sovereignty, one in the north the world banner of universal victory. The life in these highest heavens alone remains thus far unsymbolized. Pausing a moment, the priest reverently deposits his 38th and final rice dowel on the holy center and summit of his whole oblation, declaring it the symbol of the most accomplished and the wealthiest beings of the universe, the living gods, the tenants of the highest heavens. A pause ensues. Then, interspersed with other pauses and with prostrations and liftings up of the hands, 7 prayers are heard. And these are the prayers. Offer you all these constituent parts of the universe in their entirety, noble, kind, and holy Lama, tutelary gods of the round world and all the hosts of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas.
The model oblation.
155. Beg you all to accept these offerings for the benefit of all animated beings. Offer you, Buddhas, on a foundation of incense and flowers the 4 continents, and Mount Meru adorned with sun and moon. Offer you, assembly of all the perfected supreme ones of the outside, inside, and hidden regions, the entire wealth and substance of all these ideal regions. 1. Beg you all to grant us the best of all real gifts, and especially that real gift of spiritual insight, the great ultimate perfection. Offer up this fresh model oblation, through the virtue of which let no injury beset the path of purity, but let us have the grace of the genius of the 3 times, and let us, the innumerable animated beings, be delivered from this elusive world. Offer up salutations, offerings, confessions of sins, and repentance. Whatever virtue has been accumulated by myself and others, let it go to the attainment of our great end. With my whole heart and body 1 humbly prostrate myself 3 times to all who are worthy of worship. Let glory come. Here end the prayers in solemn silence, and with a thrice repeated prostration of the worshipper, and with a priestly benediction, the congregation is dismissed. Not soon, if ever, can one forget the moment when, after blindly bringing together from diverse sources a Massachusetts of fragmentary facts on this act of worship, my mind first caught sight of its sublime, all-interpreting inward significance. A moment one was filled with speechless admiration. The next one was abashed and humiliated. One straightway fell upon my knees and bowed myself low before the King eternal, immortal, invisible, entreating forgiveness that in my narrowness of vision and weakness of faith one had never reached the level of my Lamaist brother's conception of the scope, and dignity and power, and privilege of human intercessorship.
And cited by his example, one asked to know more of the essential and indestructible priesthood of every true worshipper in behalf of all beings animate and inanimate.
156.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Led on as never before, one then and there lifted up in my own priestly hands church after church, nation after nation, continent after continent, planet after planet, creature order after creature order, until upon my arms of faith one held upborne the total universe of finite beings. Then, as face to face with God, with emotions too deep for tears, one cried, "You part of all, one speak for all minus one pray for all minus one offer all minus one dedicate all to thee. In all, by all, through all that thy creative will hath caused to be, thy will be done." One hardly need add that to one soul at least the glory came. From that memorable hour to this it has been easy for me to pray a larger prayer than ever before. And one loved to think that in far-off Central Asia devout, wide-thoughted, mystic men, whatever their superstitions, are daily schooling and preparing millions for that promised day when all this universe shall be one temple, and all beings one congregation of united worshippers, and when at the name of Jesus every knee shall bow, of things in heaven, and things on earth, and things under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father.
And one loved to think that then shall come the long and strangely prefigured, the final and all-consummating model oblation.
It will be in that same illimitable world temple, in the presence of that same worshipping assembly, in the moment when the great high priest and king of all that he has created shall in pierced hands uplift the total kingdom of perfected creaturehood and deliver it up to God, even the Father, that God may be all in all. Even so, Lord Jesus, let this glory come. Section 2, Homer as Abode of the Dead. So herrscht Gleich über den Ort wo die Unterwelt zu denken sei ein merkwürdiger Wiespalt. Preller. Bei Homer ist ein doppelt Ansicht von der Lage des Totenreiches zu erkennen, einmal unter der Erde, und dann wiederum auf der Oberfläche des Bodens in dem ewigen Dunkel jenseits des westlichen Ocean. Die Ansichten von den beiden Hades fließen beständig durcheinander. So weit über die mit jedem verbundenen Vorstellungen zu sondern und einzeln aufzufassen möglich ist, müssen wir sie darlegen im folgenden Versuchen. -5 Dicker. Where does Homer locate the realm of Hades? In the whole broad field of Homeric scholarship it would be difficult to find a more fascinating question. Few have been more written upon.
The literature of the subject is itself almost a library.
No mythologist, no commentator upon the poet, no classroom interpreter even, can evade the question. And yet, in their answers, the Homeric authorities of all modern times, whatever their nationality, present only a pitiable spectacle of helpless bewilderment. Classifying these various interpreters according to the answers they respectively give to the question propounded, they stand as follows. First, a class who content themselves with the general assertion that the earth of Homer was a flat disk, and that his Hades, like that of the ancients generally, was undoubtedly conceived of as a dark recess or cavern in the bosom of this earth disk. Anything in the Odyssey or elsewhere inconsistent with this view is simply a play of poetic fancy. Second, a class, if class it be, who say with the genial Wilhelm Jordan, Das Heidereich der Odyssey 157. 158.
The earliest cosmologies.
Ist die von der Sonne abgekartrik seit der Erdscheibe, die Gegenerd, eins Weitspattern Zeitalters. Von der and, et letzten, a Puppe und vom Gotterhimmel aus betrachtet bleibt dies allerdings Unterwelt, Büro/8. Aber nicht also Dinners, sondern als jenseitige Oberfläche. Here the earth is still a flat disk. But Hades, instead of being within it, is simply its under or reverse side. Third, a class who locate the shadowy realm on the same plane with the inhabited earth, but in the far west, just inside the ocean stream. This includes all commentators who, locating Hades above ground in the west, place Kirkes Isle in the same quarter, and hold that Odysseus did not cross over the ocean stream. Fourth, a class who locate it in the far west, just outside the ocean stream. This includes all commentators who, locating Hades above ground in the west, place Kirkes Isle in the same quarter, but hold that Odysseus crossed the ocean stream too. Fifth, a class who locate it in the far east, just inside the ocean stream. This class includes all who place Kirkes Isle in the east, and hold that Odysseus did. 1. Fleckheisen Escherbacher. Vol. Cove, B. 1-8. 2. Venk, Die Religion der Hellenen, th. 2 p. 459, bei Homer ist das Schattenreich noch kein Unterwelt, sondern jenes Lied außer dem von der Sonne beschienenen Berg der Erde, jenseits des Okeanos. Here, and in some other writers, along with the retention of the unity of the authorship of the Iliad and Odyssey, we find an intimation that the perplexing discrepancy in Greek representations of Hades is due to a gradual translocation of it from the far west to the interior of the earth, in consequence of advancing geographical knowledge. Perhaps a separate class should have been introduced, consisting of the representatives of this view. But had this been done, yet a 14th class would have been necessary to include those who, with Charles Francis Curie, exactly reverse the process, and make the oldest Greek Hades interterranean, and the transoceanic one at the west a later product. The Mythology of the Eddas, London, 1882, p. 14. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 159. Not cross the ocean stream in visiting the subterranean Hades. 6th, a class who located in the Far East, just outside the ocean stream. This includes all who place Kirk's Isle in the east, and hold that Odysseus crossed the ocean stream in visiting the subterranean Hades. 7th, a class who try to harmonize the conflicting representations by making the one set of expressions relate to a Hades in the bosom of the flat earth, and the other set of expressions relate to the entrance of the passage leading down to it from the world of living men. This class is again subdivided into 4 subclasses, according as they maintain a cisoceanic or transoceanic location of this mouth of Hades, and place it to the east or to the west of the poet. 8th, a class who hold that the difficulty is in the poet himself, he having got 2 incompatible mythologies mixed up together. 9th, a class who try to solve all discrepancies by assigning the different representations in the 2 poems, and in different parts of the same poem, to different ages and to different authors. 10th, a class who query whether or no it be not admissible to hold that Homer had 2 realms of Hades, the one subterranean, and the other beyond the ocean. 11th, a class who, with Altenberg and Gerland, resolve the whole story of Odysseus' descent to Hades into an astronomical myth. And with Cox see in it simply a mythologico-poetic expression for the prosaic fact that the sun, the lord of day, returning after his morn. 1 Odysseus in der Unterwelt, Arc of FAIRFIELD, 1840, p. 170-188. G. C. Gerland, Altgriechen in der Odyssey, Magdeburg, 1869, p. 50. 160.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
In noontide wanderings to his western home, sometimes finds it necessary to make his way behind dark clouds. 1. 12th, a class who point out the manifest difficulties of the problem, but frankly profess their utter inability to present a solution. Of the more important of the maps of the world according to Homer, those of Bunbury, Volker, and Forbiger are constructed according to the view of class 4th. That of Euchert, according to the view of the division of class 7th who locate the Hades portal in the far west, just inside the ocean stream. That of Gladstone, too, according to the view of the division of class 7th who locate the Hades portal in the far east, just inside the ocean stream. Volker, however, is inclined to believe in 2 Homeric Hades realms, the one interterranean, the other at the west subterranean and transoceanic. Such are the multifarious, contradictory, confused, and despairing answers given to our question by the most learned and eminent of Homeric scholars. It would be an easy task to fill a volume with citations illustrating these various positions, and the ingenious but mutually destructive arguments by which their respective advocates have sought to establish them. It will be more profitable to turn from such a babble of ideas, over which the darkness of Hades itself seems to have fallen, and inquire what the poet himself has to say on the subject. 1.
Mythology of the Aryan Nations, Vol.
2, 171-180.
2.
Mr. Gladstone has more recently abandoned the flat earth theory, and tentatively advocated an interterranean Hades with its mouth downward. See his primer, London and New York, 1878, p. 54-57. And Homeric Synchronism, London, 1876, p. 231. Perhaps this view also should have been included in the foregoing classification. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 161. The region of the dead is represented in Homer as one of perpetual night. Its name is Erebos, one from the name of the divinity presiding in it. It is generally called the house or abode of Hades. 2:3 that it was conceived of as underneath the earth appears from the perpetually recurring expressions, both in the Iliad and in the Odyssey, relating the descent into and ascent out of it. In certain passages it is, in fact, expressly spoken of as under the earth. In others, as under the recesses of the earth. Hence Hades himself is styled Zu, the subterranean Zeus. 1.
Denomination Assyrian.
Felix Robio, Questions Hom and Reeks, Paris, 1876, p. 13. The Semitic origin of this term is significant.
It prepares us to find an agreement between the Homeric and the Assyrio-Babylonian ideas of the realm of the dead.
Mr. Gladstone says, long before one had been struck by the predominance of a foreign character and associations in the Homeric underworld of the 11th Odyssey. Homeric Synchronism, London, 1876, p. 213. On the remarkably expressive cuneiform ideograph for Arabu, see the explanation given by Robert Brown, John. In the Proceedings of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, May 4, 1880. 2. This term is also believed to be of Oriental origin, exactly corresponding to the bit Edi of the Akkadians. See the translations of the Descent of Ister. Talbot regards, and one think justly, the usual etymology of Hades, quasi-Hades, Tnfsibs, as an afterthought. Robert Brown, John. The Myth of Kirk, p. Ilin. 3. Iliad, v. 284. Vi. 330. Exiv. 457. Akachi. 425. Odyssey, X. 174, 560. She, 65, 164, 475, 624. Ax, 252. Exiv 10, etc. von einem Bessenden Eingang zu diesem unterirdischen Hades, remarks Volker, Homerisch Geographie, p. 141, meldet der Dichter nichts. Vielmehr gehen die Seelen, durch nichts gehindert, begraben und unbegraben überall unter die Erde. Granting this, there is no ground for his other assertion, dieser Hades ist nicht unter, sondern in der Erde. The immaterial shade can as easily pass through the whole globe to an opposite surface as through a thick crust to a central cavern. But see Mr. Gladstone's Homeric Synchronism, p. 222, there is not in all Homer a single passage which imports the idea, or indicates the possibility, of our passing through the solid earth. 4. Iliad, Acts, 100. Evev, 333. 6 Odyssey, Exiv, 204. Comp. Iliad, Akachi, 482. Iliad, X, 457. Comp. 3, 278. X, 259. X, 61. Comp. Herodotus, 2, 122. 162.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
In the Battle of the Gods there is a vivid picture of this underworld and of its trembling king. Thus the blessed gods inciting, both sides engaged, and among them made severe contention to break out. But dreadfully from above thundered the Father of gods and men, while beneath Poseidon shook the boundless earth and the lofty summits of the mountains. The roots and all the summits of many riled Ida were shaken, and the city of the Trojans and the ships of the Greeks. Hades himself, king of the nether world, trembled beneath, and leaped up from his throne terrified, and shouted aloud, lest earth-shaking Poseidon should cleave asunder the earth over him, and disclose to mortals and immortals his mansions, terrible, squalid, which even the gods loathe. But while the abode of Hades is thus clearly represented as under the earth, it is nevertheless represented as just across the ocean river, and capable of being reached by ship. In the 11th and 12th books of the Odyssey, the voyage of Odysseus to this region is described in the same apparently literal nautical terms as is the voyage to the land of the Lotus Eaters. And of his interview with the dead, Haman says, the whole scene is conceived by the poet as enacted on a geographical extension of the earth beyond the ocean stream. There is no hint of any descent into the interior of the earth, no passage through or into subterranean caverns. The journey is as natural in all one. Iliad, Acts 61 FE. That there may be no question as to the impartiality of the translations given in this paper, the well-known and widely circulated version by Theodore Alois Buckley, of Christ Church, Oxford is followed.
A version giving more accurately the force of the verbs expressing upward and downward motion would in many passages be more favorable to the cosmological view here presented. 2. Henry Hayman, D.D. The Odyssey of Homer, London, 1866, Vol. 2, Appendix G3, p. Avoy. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 163. Its aspects as any voyage from one coast of the Atlantic to its opposite, thus opens the 11th book. But when we were come down to the ship and the sea, we first of all threw the ship into the divine sea, and we placed a mast and sails in the black ship. And taking the sheep we put them on board, and we ourselves also embarked grieving, shedding the warm tear. And fair-haired Kirk, Zeus, an awful goddess, possessing human speech, sent behind our dark blue-prowed ship a moist wind that filled the sails, an excellent companion. And we sat down, making use of each of the instruments in the ship, and the wind and the pilot directed it. And the sails of it passing over the sea were stretched out the whole day. And the sun set, and all the ways were overshadowed. And it reached the extreme boundaries of the deep-flowing ocean. Free were the people and city of the Cimmerians covered with shadow and vapor, nor does the shining sun behold them with his beams, neither when he goes toward the starry heaven, nor when he turns back again from heaven to earth, but pernicious night is spread over hapless mortals. Having come there we drew up our ship, and we took out the sheep, and we ourselves went again to the stream of the ocean, until we came to the place which Kirk mentioned. Here the hero performed the rites and held the consultation which Kirk had previously prescribed in these terms. Noble son of Laertes, much contriving Odysseus, do not remain any longer in my house against your will. But first you must perform another voyage, and come to the house of Hades and awful Persephone, to consult the soul of Theban Tiresias, a blind prophet, whose mind is firm. To him, even when dead, Persephone has given understanding, alone to be prudent, but the rest flit about as shades. Who, Zero Kirk, will conduct me on this voyage? No one has yet come to Hades in a black ship. 1. Von einem hinabsteigen findet sich kein Spur. Beweisen kann, Odysseus sei im Innern der Erde gewesen, der Versuches. Volker, Homerisch Geographic, p. 150. That is, the farther shore. See Volker, p. 145. 164. The Earliest Cosmologies. O noble son of Laertes, much contriving Odysseus, let not the desire of a guide for thy ship be at all a care to thee.
But having erected the mast, and spread out the white sails, sit down, and let the blast of the north wind carry it. But when thou shalt have passed through the ocean in thy ship, where is the easy dike shore and the groves of Persephone, and tall poplars, and fruit-destroying willows, there draw up thy ship in the deep eddying ocean, and do thou thyself go to the spacious house of Hades. Here indeed both Pyriphlegethon and Cocytus, which is a stream from the water of Styx, flow into Acheron. And there is a rock, and the meeting of two loud-sounding rivers. There then, hero, approaching near as one command thee, dig a trench the width of a cubit each way. And pour around it libations to all the dead, first with mixed honey, then with sweet wine, and again the third time with water, and sprinkle white meal over it. And entreat much the powerless heads of the dead, promising that when thou comest to Ithaca thou wilt offer up in thy palace a barren heifer, whichsoever is the best, and wilt fill the pyre with excellent things, and that thou wilt sacrifice to Tiresias alone a black sheep, all black, which excels among thy sheep. But when thou shalt have entreated the illustrious nations of the dead with prayers, then sacrifice a male sheep and a black female, turning toward Erebos. And do thou thyself be turned away at a distance, going toward the streams of the river. But there many souls of those gone dead will come. Then immediately exhort thy companions and command them, having skinned the sheep which lie there slain with the unpitying brass, to burn them and to invoke the gods, both mighty Hades and dread Persephone. And do thou, having drawn thy sharp sword from thy thigh, sit down, nor suffer the powerless heads of the dead to go near the blood before thou inquirest of Tiresias. Then the prophet will immediately come to thee, leader of the people, who will tell to thee the voyage and the measures of the way and thy return, how thou mayest go over the fishy. Asterisk. Buckley well expresses dissatisfaction with this rendering. Volker translates the term ein niedriges Gestade. It is perhaps the low-down shore as contrasted with the upper or opposite one. Asterisk. Odyssey, X, 488, 540. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 165. In the following passage Odysseus narrates how, having arrived at the place which Kirk mentioned, he fulfilled her commission. Then Paramedes and Eurylochus made sacred offerings. But one, drawing my sharp sword from my thigh, dug a trench the width of a cubit each way, and around it we poured libations to all the dead, first with mixed honey, then with sweet wine, again a third time with water, and one sprinkled white meal over it. And one much besought the unsubstantial heads of the dead, promising that when one came to Ithaca one would offer up in my palace a barren heifer, whichsoever is the best, and that one would sacrifice separately to Tiresias alone a sheep all black, which excels among our sheep. But when one had besought them, the nations of the dead, with vows and prayers, then taking the sheep, one cut off their heads into the trench, and the black blood flowed. And the souls of the perished dead were assembled forth from Erebos, betrothed girls and youths, and much enduring old men, and tender virgins having a newly grieved mind, and many Mars-renowned men wounded with brass-tipped spears, possessing gore-besmeared arms, who in great numbers were wandering about the trench on different sides with a divine clamor. And pale fear seized upon me. Then at length exhorting my companions, one commanded them, having skinned the sheep which lay there, slain with the cruel brass, to burn them, and to invoke the gods, both Hades and Persephone. But one, having drawn my sharp sword from my thigh, sat down. Nor did one suffer the powerless heads of the dead to draw any blood, before one inquired of Tiresias. So far it might appear uncertain whether the hero were really in Hades, or only near it, at some point accessible alike to the living and to the dead. But the lines immediately following show that he was truly in the house of Hades. And first the soul of my companion Elpenor came, for he was not yet buried beneath the wide-wide earth. For we left his body in the palace of Kirk, and wept for and buried, since another toil then urged us. Beholding him one wept, and 166. The Earliest Cosmologies. Pitied him in my mind, and, addressing him, spoke winged words, Elpenor, how didst thou come under the dark west? Thou hast come sooner on foot than one with a black ship. Thus one spoke, but he groaning answered me in discourse, O Zeus-born son of Laertes, much contriving Odysseus, the evil destiny of the deity and the abundant wine hurt me. Lying down in the palace of Kirk, one did not think to go down backward, having come to the long ladder. But one fell downward from the roof, and my neck was broken from the vertebrae, and my soul descended to Hades. In line 69, Elpenor speaks of Odysseus going hence from the house of Hades. And in line 164, as elsewhere, x. 502. She, 59, 158. G. 21. X. 324, the expressions leave no chance to doubt that Odysseus' voyage was a genuine descensus ad inferos. 1. Here, then, are the two grand tests of every proposed solution of the problem of the location of the Homeric Hades. 1. Its Hades must be underneath the earth. And 2. It must be on the surface of the earth, beyond the ocean. This strange and perplexing difference, not to say contradiction, in the Homeric representations did not escape the notice of the older commentators and writers on mythology. Especially has it called out the ingenuity of German scholars. F. A. Wolf recognized it, but did not profess to be able to give an explanation. J. H. Voss invented the method of solving the problem by placing Hades itself within the bosom of the Earth disk, but its entrance on the westernmost point of Europe on the inner shore of the ocean. Volker rejected this solution. 1. See Preller, Mythology, Vol. 1 p. 504, 505, where he says that the region visited was die ganz und wirklich unterwelt, nicht etwas bloß ein Eingang in die Unterwelt. See also Volker, Homerische Geographie, 76. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 167. But, in the absence of a better, cautiously suggested, as we have seen, the possibility of Homer's having held to two kingdoms of the dead, one within the earth, and one in the dark transoceanic west, one Eggers and Nitz inclined to the support of the Vossian compromise. And in 1854 Preller could still speak of it as the one at present chiefly prevalent.
Still, as Preller and others urged, nothing in the descriptions of the western Hades corresponds with the idea of a portal or entrance to a subterranean world extending so far eastward as to be situated under Greece and Asia Minor. 5. Hence the latest interpreters have been as free as were the earlier to take their choice among the wild and contradictory conjectures classified at the beginning of this paper.
The latest of these guesses is that of Jordan.
And, though it comes within a hair's breadth of the truth, it has been the most ridiculed of all.
As pointed out in earlier pages, the one false principle which has vitiated and confused all modern discussions of Homeric cosmology is the groundless notion that the earth of Homer is a flat disk. This mistaken precept, this if allowed, would afford no relief. For, as Hence says, the subterranean character of even the Odyssean Hades can by no means be got rid of. Amise Anhang. Book X, 508. 2. Teoria Homerico, Altona, 1836. But Eggers located the Hades entrance inside the ocean stream, Nitz outside. G. W. Nitz, Erklärende Anmerkungen zu Homers Odyssey, Hanover, 1840, d. 3. B. Exkokokv, 187. Grecian Mythology, 1. P. 505.
Schiaparelli Mythology, Vol.
1. P. 504.
Eisenler, Lage des Homerischen Totenreichs, 1872.
Bunbury contents himself with the cool remark, "It is certainly not worthwhile to inquire what geographical idea the poet formed in his own mind of this visit to the regions of Hades." History of Ancient Geography, Vol. 1. p. 58. Kammer, Einheit der Odyssee nach Widerlegung der Ansichten von Lackmansteinthal, Chieli, Hennings, und Kirchhoff, Leipzig, 1873 p. 486, 490. 16s.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Position is responsible for the failure of all hitherto attempted demonstrations of the true location of the poetess Hades. Once conceive of the Homeric cosmos as represented in the accompanying cut of the 11 world of Homer, and the problem of the site of Hades is solved at a glance. It is the southern or under hemisphere of the upright spherical Earth.
In this conception, whatsoever is transoceanic is also and of necessity subterranean.
Now for the first time can it be understood how Leda and her noble-minded sons can be on a geographical extension of the Earth on the farther shore of the ocean, and at the same time Beverly Refs, Odyssey, She, 298. In this cosmos, Hades cannot be beyond the ocean without being also underneath the Earth. On the traditional theory of a flat Earth, the passage is and ever must be the palpable inconsistency which Volcker represents it. Even the theory of 2 or of 20 Homers does not reasonably explain it. Precisely so with the passages relating to Elpenor. His soul at death goes dollar, yet it is found with the other ghosts in the shadowy land just across the ocean river. So again with the passages relating to the shades of the slain suitors. These reach the underworld, Exeve, 106, 203. But it is by a route along the surface of the ground to the ocean stream, in full sight of the gates of the sun and of the stars of the Milky Way, Exeve, 9, 12.
Illustrious scholars have accused the poet of Widerspruch grober and durger than usual in this account.
But the whole trouble has been, not in the poet, but in the poetess interpreters. With the spherical Earth, all is consistent and precisely as it should be. In this 1 Porphyrius, De Antra Nymphorum, 28, explains that stumbling block of commentators, the people of dreams. 4. Volker, Homerisch Geographic, p. 152. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 169. Reconstructed Homeric cosmos, every crosser of the ocean stream, whether it be Hermes, or Odysseus, or Heracles, reaches the groves of Persephone and the house of Hades. Wherever Kirkesile is located, the blast of the north wind will drive the voyager thence toward the realms of the dead. In like manner it can now be understood how the stolen bride of Subterranean Olympos, Tartaros, the world of Homer. For a convenient account of this re-established world view of the ancients, for the use of schools, see the True Key to Ancient Cosmology and Mythical Geography, 3rd edition, illustrated, Boston, Massachusetts. Shin, Heath and Olorado. 1882, from which the cut is taken. 170.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Zeus, while descending behind swift steeds to the underworld, can yet for a considerable time behold the starry heaven, the earth, the sunlight, and the fishy sea. 1. Though the god has power to penetrate the solid sphere, 2. It is down no yawning chasm that his chariot disappears. As far as we can trace him and his victim, they are still at the surface, simply moving from the upper to the lower hemisphere, free in perfect accordance with the requirement formulated by Volker. Odysseus and his companions descend, she, 57, 476, while the ghosts ascend, she, 38, to reach the meeting place on the lower edge of the ocean stream. Beautifully adapted to natural is no declared as declaration that authorities as far below it from heaven, a declaration as fatal to many of the 15 or more traditional explanations of Homer's Hades as it is to Flatus' elaborate and ingenious diagram of the Hades of Hesiod. For with this inverted hemisphere for the kingdom of the dead, Voss need not longer trouble himself about the mention of clouds therein. 5. In fine, with the correct Homeric conception of the earth and of Hades, the 1. Homeric hymn to Demeter, 30-35. Forster places the origin of this hymn early in the 7th century before Christ. Der Rob und Rückkehr der Persephone, Stuttgart, 1874, p. 33-39. Si steret, qua in rehymni Homerici quinque majors inter fast different antiquitate vel Homeritate, Boston, 1881. 2. Lines 16-18. Precisely so in the Indian epic, the Ramayana, one and the same point in Hades is reached, whether we accompany Ansuman digging through the heart of the earth, or follow the goddess Ganga along the surface of the earth and across the ocean bed. Book 1, Canto Echo. Comp. Odyssey, she, 57, 58. 3. The much debated Nisian field whence the goddess was stolen was in the land of the gods at the North Pole. Menzel, Diver Chryslic and Sterblix, D8. 1, 64-67. 2, 25, 87, 93, 100, 122, 148, 345. 4. Das System der Hesiodischen Kosmogonie, Leipzig, 1874. 5.
Odyssey, she, 591. Volker, while locating this Hades above ground far to the west, is also embarrassed with these clouds, since his Homeric heaven does not extend over the transoceanic region, or even over the ocean. p. 151.
Homer's Abode of the Dead.
171.
Manifold alleged contradictions of the poet instantaneously vanish.
Better than that, the dual images of Hades, which have so long perplexed and blurred the vision of Homeric interpreters, suddenly resolve themselves into one perfectly focused stereoscopic picture of startling vividness and beauty.
One ground of misgiving and doubt may possibly still occur to cautious minds. Is it credible, it may be asked, that the early Homeric Greek, enschooled in the exercise of the scientific imagination, could picture to himself that pendant undersurface of the earth as habitable even by ghosts?
Could he so long before Newton as they have gained such knowledge of gravitation as to see how infernal rivers and infernal palaces could cling to an underhemisphere?
That Aristotle and the Greek philosophers of his age were able, we know from their writings. But is it credible that the Greek of the Homeric age was equal to such a task? This proposed conception of Hades requires that we should think of a world where everything is upside down, exactly contrary and antipodal to our own.
Can we believe that prehistoric men could achieve such a prodigy of abstract thought? A pertinent and perhaps sufficient answer to these questions might be given by pointing to a most curious and instructive funeral custom among the modern Karens of Burma.
This tribe is certainly not more highly gifted or more highly civilized than were the Greeks of the heroic age, yet they have precisely this Homeric conception of an antipodal Hades. A most competent authority gives us the following account. 1. Sea Drive. H. W. Schaeffer, Entwicklung der Insekten des Altertums über die Gestalt und Größe der Erde, Leipzig, 1868, quarto. 172.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
When the day of burial arrives, and the body is carried to the grave, 4 bamboo splints are taken, and one is thrown toward the west, saying, "That is the east." Another is thrown to the east, saying, "That is the west." A third is thrown upward toward the top of the tree, saying, "That is the foot of the tree." And a fourth is thrown downward, saying, "That is the top of the tree." The sources of the stream are pointed to, saying, "That is the mouth of the stream." And the mouth of the stream is pointed to, saying, "That is the head of the stream." This is done because in Hades everything is upside down in relation to the things of this world. Striking, however, as would be this answer to the questioner, a better can be given. The better one points out to him the foolishness of the assumption that either the Greeks or the Karens originated for themselves their conceptions of Hades.
Both simply inherited from their fathers the old pre-Hellenic Asiatic idea of an antipodal underworld.
Ages ago the notion which underlies the Karenish rites was so prominent in the mind of the East-Aryans that the sudden and inevitable reversal of the points of the compass, consequent upon entering the underworld, became a poetic circumlocution to express the idea of dying. Thus, "Before thou art carried away dead to the ender by the royal command of Yama. Before the 4 quarters of the sky whirl round." Fractus the most perfect one Mason in Journal of the Asiatic Society, Bengal, Excococf, point. 2, p. 28.
Spencer, Descriptive Sociology, No.
5, p. 23.
At least one tribe of our American Indians at the time of their discovery had a myth of creation in which the earth was conceived of as a ball.
H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, Vol. 3, p. 536. That the same idea underlay the Hades conception of the New Zealanders is plain from various indications. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 173. Contemplation. Ages ago the notion which underlies the southward voyage of Odysseus led prehistoric Akkadians, in naming the cardinal points of the compass, to designate the south as the funereal point. And in locating the kingdom of the dead, to place it opposite the stars of the south polar sky, to 3-4 through all the lifetime of Babylonia and Assyria, as through all the lifetime of ancient India, the mount of the gods was at the summit of the earth at the North Pole. Its counterpart, the mount of the rulers of the dead, exactly opposite, beneath the earth, and at the South Pole. Hence life and light proceeded from the north, darkness and death from the south. In like manner. 1 Mahabharata, G. Muir, Metrical Translations from Sanskrit. Writers, London, 1879, p. 220. To the gods this sphere of asterisms revolves toward the right. To the enemies of the gods, toward the left. Surya Sitenta, G. Chach. 55. Comp. Aristotle, Di Cello, lib. 2, c. 2. 3. Depuis, Origine d'étoiles les cultes, tom. 1, 624. Lenormant, Childon Magic, English edition, p. 168, 169. On the Significance of the South in Hindu Belief, see Colebrook, Essays, Vol. 1, p. 174, 176, 182, 187, Vol. 2, p.
392. Monier Williams, Sanskrit Dictionary, article Yama.
Muir, Sanskrit Texts, Vol. V. B. 284, 327.
An Indian Literature Pasim.
Of the latter mount, Lenormant correctly says that, in ancient Chaldean thought, it is situt dans les parties bases de la terre, but at times he incorrectly locates it in the west. In like manner the mountain of the gods, the point culminant de la convexity de la surface de la terre, he places not in the north, Ise. Exiv. 14, but often in the east or northeast. Origines d1 Histoire, Paris, 1882, tom. 2 1 p. 134. See also Thiel, Histoire des anciennes religions, Paris, 1882, p. 177, where he speaks of the entrance to Hades as at the southwest. This is certainly a mistake, for the Akkadian expression Mercura, the cardinal point of the mountain, must, at least originally, have signified the north. And as to Lenormant's location of the antipodal mountain of Hades in the west or southwest, our latest German writer upon the subject, Drive. Friedrich Dölitz, an eminent Assyriologist, affirms that in the cuneiform literature thus far known he has discovered no trace of such a location. Lolib das Paradies. Leipzig, 1881, p. 121. Nach der Pythagoreischen, Orphischen und Neoplatonischen Lehrbrach der Nordwind Leben der Sidewind Tod, wanten hinter dem Nordwind die Seligen und die Götter als Schöpfer und Erhalter der Welt, hinter dem Sidewind aber die Verdammten und Albosen sehr. 174.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
The Egyptians had their heaven-touching mountain in the farthest north, and an antipodal counterpart in Amenti, or the abode of the dead. *1 As in ancient India est, so in ancient Egypt est, thought, this world of the dead was exactly the reverse or counterpart of the world of the living, to the tall hill of Hades, like Kumeru, is therefore a pendant one, the southern or under terminus of the egg of the earth, for the Assa Storenden Ermicht.
W. Menzel, Diver Christlich und Sterblich Kitzler, Vol.
2 p. 101. Also p. 345, and Passim. Comp. A. Maury, Histoire des religions de la Grèce antique, Paris, 1869, tom. 3, 354. 1 for the first, Siebruch, Geographische Inschriftenliste Denkmäler, Leipzig, 1858, d. 2 p. 57. For the second, the Book of the Dead, Passim. 2. C. Thiel, History of the Egyptian Religion, English edition, 1882, p. 68, The Reversed World. And the still more forcible expression in his Histoire Compare, Paris, 1882, p. 47, The monde opposé au monde actuel. Comp. Book of the Dead, Birch's version, where it is styled the inverted precinct. And Thomson's Egyptian Doctrine of the Future State, wherein Hades is described as the inverted hemisphere of darkness, and where it is said to be evident that the leading features of the Greek Hades were borrowed from Egypt. Bibliotheca Sacra, 1868, p. 84, 86. Still more recently Reginald S. Poole has remarked, now that we recognize the Vedic source of a part of the Greek pantheon, and its generally Aryan character, we may fairly look elsewhere for that which is not Vedic. If embalming were derived from Egypt, why not the ideas which the Greeks saw surrounding the custom, the pictures of the underworld, with its judgment, its felicity, and its misery? The stories which Homer makes Odysseus tell, when he would disguise his identity, show the familiarity with Egypt of the Greeks of the poet's time. The Contemporary Review, London, 1881, July, p. 61. It would be better to say that Homer's Hades, while agreeing with the Egyptian and Babylonian and Vedic, was not necessarily borrowed from either of these peoples, but more likely agreed with the Egyptian, Babylonian, and Vedic, simply because in each case there was a common inheritance, a survival of still more ancient ideas of prehistoric ancestors. 3. Records of the Past, Vol. XP 88. Leston Teal, History of the Egyptian Religion, p. 67. The heaven, at night, rests upon the earth, like a goose brooding over her egg. Chabas, Lieblein, and Lefber have each maintained that the ancient Egyptians were acquainted with the spherical figure of the earth, while Maspero, despite his language in Les Contes Populaires d'1 Egyptien, Paris, 1882, p. Exilex, in a private letter of still more recent date, admits the possibility that the Egyptians held to such a view as long. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 175. Pine sometimes made that the Egyptian Amenti was just over the hill to the west of Abydos. *1 is only worthy of such cosmologists as Popsy Middleton, the still more illustrious author of the Zetetic Astronomy. About 1,000 years before Abraham went down into Egypt, at least, that is the date assigned by Egyptologists, a scribe engrossed upon a papyrus a fair copy of A Tale of Shipwreck. It is now one of the treasures of St. Petersburg. At the Congress of Orientalists, held in Berlin in the year 1881, its existence was first made known to the modern world through the translation then submitted by M. Gall. Nishef. The tale proves to be a kind of anticipation of the voyage of Odysseus to the realm of Hades. As in the Odyssey, it is the ship commander himself who narrates his adventures. There is no imaginative and poetic vagueness about the details. The ship was 150 cubits long, 40 broad. The crew consisted of 150 men. Upon the ocean he is wrecked, his crew lost. He himself, however, is driven upon an island in the neighborhood of the netherworld of the dead. Indeed, the place itself was called the Isle of the Double. And it was, as Maspero believes, peopled ago as 18 centuries before the Christian era. In this connection it may be useful to state that Professor Teal informs the present writer that he has abandoned his conjecture touching Schernuter, expressed in his Werk der Kengeschiednis van die Egyptische en Mesopotamische Godsdiensten, Amsterdam, 1872, p. 94. French edition, 1882, p. 51. English edition, 1882, p. 72. One is, for example, by Marius Fontaine, Histoire universelle, Les Egyptes, Paris, 1882, p. 154. The following is particularly timely. While at Abydos one explored the mountain cliffs to the westward in the hope of finding early tombs in them. In this, however, one was disappointed, as one came across only a few tombs of the Roman period. Professor A. H. Sayson Letter from Egypt in the Academy, London, February 2, 1884, p. 84. 176. The Earliest Cosmologies, by shades invisible to the voyager only because he was as yet in the body. The king of the island was a huge serpent, 30 cubits long, and possessed of a wonderful beard. *1. In what direction lay this mysterious land? Not in the west, where all our Egyptologists persist in locating Amenti, but in the south. Directly up the Nile, and out into the ocean at its headwaters, lay the Voyager's track. As in the case of Odysseus, so many centuries later, it was the blast of the north wind which bore him thither. In conclusion, if both the ancient Egyptians and Chaldeans believed that like as the stars of the northern hemisphere are set over the realm of the living, so the stars of the southern hemisphere are set over the realm of *E. Les contes populaires de one Egypte ancien, p. 145-147. On the conflicting views of Egyptologists as to the interpretation of terms designating the points of the compass, She's Uitschrift voor Egyptische Spraak, 1865, 1877, etc. to the universality of the ancient belief that disembodied souls must cross a body of water to reach their proper abode has attracted the attention of Manhart, and led him to remark, Die Keltisch, Hellenisch, Iranisch und Indische Religion dies Vostelung kennt, so ist dies von vornherein wahrscheinlich, dass dies Albefiberdis uit der Trennung hinausgeht. Germanisch Mythen, Berlin, 1858, p. 364. This is a far more reasonable explanation than the fanciful attempt of Curie in the work already cited, and in his paper before the Royal Society of Literature entitled Earthly Paradise of European Myths. Prosagigniote, Religions de Antiquity, Tom. 2, p. 836. Compare the language of the recently discovered epitaph of Queen Isis Mkeb, mother-in-law of Shishak, king of Assyria. Circa 1000 B.C. She is seated all beautiful in her place enthroned, among the gods of the south she is crowned with flowers. The Funeral Tent of an Egyptian Queen, by Villiers Stewart, London, 1882, p. 34. Notwithstanding this, Mr. Stewart, a few pages later, so powerful is the influence of tradition, alludes to Amenti as located in the west, p. 49, also p. 27. But the inscription continues, she is seated in her beauty in the arms of Khonsu her father, fulfilling his desires. He is in Amenti, the place of departed spirits. Comp. p. 33. 4. Diodorus Siculus 2, 31-4. Lenormant, The Beginnings of History, New York, 1882, p. 568, 569. Homer's Abode of the Dead. 177. The dead, if an ancient Hindu thought the gods in heaven are beheld by the inhabitants of hell as they move with their heads inverted. 111 if in Roman thought. Mundus, tad citium ripias carduus arsis consurgit premita Libia devexus in ostros, high vertex nobis semper sublimes, at ilium sub pedibus stix atra vidit, monest profundi. If in Greek cosmology the tall pillar of Atlas is, as Euripides makes it, simply the upright axis of earth and heaven *2 3, then the earth of the ancients is incontestably a sphere, and hides its undersurface. The flat disk notion is itself a myth, and a myth without foundation. In ancient thought, in a sense and recognized even by the writer of the words, was it true? The world of life, the world of death, are but opposing sides of one great orb. 4. Garrett, Classical Dictionary of India, article Naraka. See also Aubry, Le Berceau des Vestes Humaines, p. 184 m. 2 Virgil, Georges, 1, 240, Cs. Pirathus, 597, Free 5 ed. Nulk. Comp. Aristotle, De Anim. Motioni, c. 3. Samuel Beal, 4 Lectures on Buddhist Literature in China, London, 1882, p. 147. Lucan on Atlas in Traditionen dem Mentildischen Geschlechts, Munster, 2d ed.
1869.
Also, The True Key to Ancient Cosmology, p. 1321. 4. Morris, The Epic of Hades, 14th ed. London, 1882, p. 230. Section 3 Homer S. Abode of the Living. An elucidation of the voyages of Odysseus. In the pursuit of this inquiry we are traveling over ground more beaten perhaps than that of any other literary controversy. Hermann Merivale. Volsund Dukert Weissen Diversuch der Alten AB, dem Dichter die Kenntnis der Kugelgeist der Erdgeben zu wollen. Von alien Zeiten her hat man probiert, die Erfahrten de Odysseus zu erlauten und ist auf die Erlerschensten Weg gekommen. Ein planloses Umherieren wo eben ein Wunderland sich darbet, ein Anbringen und Auskommen geographischer Kenntnis von Seiten de Dichters, und Ähnliches, ist nicht zu denken. H. W. Vicker. As the heroes of the Iliad were as familiar to the Greek navigators as the saints of the church calendar were to the Spanish and Portuguese discoverers of the New World, and as they were treated by them with the same sort of respect and veneration, there can be little doubt that they left the same sort of memorials of them. By naming localities and waters for them wherever they made discoveries or piratical settlements. Which memorials being afterward found among barbarous nations by succeeding navigators, when the discoverers were forgotten and the settlers vanished, they concluded that those heroes had actually been there. And as the works of the Greek poets, by the general diffusion of the Greek language after the Macedonian conquest, became universally known and admired, those nations themselves eagerly cooperated in the deception by engrafting the Greek fables upon their own, and greedily catching at any links of affinity which might connect them with a people from whom all that was excellent in art, literature, and society seemed to be derived. Far, p. Nate, 3 years ago, in these pages, to a new interpretation of the cosmological ideas of Homer, and of the ancients generally, was presented, and, as far as space permitted, illustrated. 2 years ago, in the paper entitled Homer S. Abode of the Dead, a further vindication of the new view was given in a form which seems to have carried conviction to all scholars thus far heard from in 1. The Classical Journal, London, 1823, p. 69. 2. The Boston University Yearbook. 178. Homer S. Abode of the Living. 179. This Country and in Europe.
In the present paper it is proposed to show what light and beauty the new and true conception of Homer's earth immediately brings into the chaos of surmises and guesswork which envelopes and for centuries has enveloped the problem of the Odyssey voyagings. To enumerate all the conflicting opinions of the Homeric interpreters touching the direction of these voyages, and the location of the different lands visited, would require a special treatise. Even the ancient Greek writers were themselves far from agreed in respect to these questions, while modern scholars have carried their ingenious conjectures to what would seem to be the farthest bound of possibility. A fair idea of the indescribable confusion which still reigns in this field of Homeric teaching may be formed from the account given in Euclid's Geographie der Griechen und Römer, Part 1, Subdivision 2, pages 310-319, to which the interested reader is referred. 1 * No one can proceed far in these discussions without discovering that everything turns upon 2 points. To wit, the location of Ia and the location of Aegegia. Could these ones be fixed, the Homeric geographers and cartographers would have little trouble with the remaining details. Where, then, is Ia?
Mr. Gladstone, in the map prefixed to his Juventus Mundi, places it in the farthest known, if not indeed in the unknown, east. Mr. In view of these apparently insurmountable difficulties, many have been willing to lend an ear to those all-explaining champions of the sun myth, who with drive George Carl Cornelius Berland assure us, die ganz Fabel daheim Kerenden Odysseus beruht auf ein Personification der Sonne. Altgriechisches Märchen in der Odyssee, Magdeburg, 1869, p. 50. Comp.
Cox, Mythology of the Aryan Nations, and Comparative Mythology and Fodor.
2 London and Boston, 1868, p. 490. 180.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Bunbury, one on the contrary, in the somewhat later sketchart inserted in his History of Ancient Geography, locates it in the farthest west. Each represents the opinion of a large number of interpreters, however widely these latter may dissent among themselves with respect to other questions. The partisans of the eastern location are accustomed to appeal to the explicit declaration of the poet that at Ia are the abodes and dancer grounds of Aurora, there the risings of the sun, Odyssey, G. 3. The other company declare that every indication given as to the direction of the voyagers on their way thither necessitates the supposition that the general course was west, and northwest or southwest from Greece. Both classes are right. But instead of searching out in what way they can both be right, a great number of interpreters have taken the easier method of accusing the poet of arbitrariness, or of self-contradiction. Thus one of them says, "We cannot help fancying that our poet, in the plenitude of his authority, seized upon the Argonautic cycle, and transferred it and the Ian Isle to the west from their proper place in the east. And he may have retained the description of that isle, which accords perfectly with its eastern position, but G.H. Bunbury, History of Ancient Geography Among the Greeks and Romans, London, 1879. 2. To break the force of the argument from Odyssey G. 3, 4, Mr. Merivale, like some of his predecessors, says, "The land of sunrise is the land over which the sun first appears to him who is making his backward journey from the west, the land of sunset and of death, across the ocean stream to the inhabited world, as the extreme west of Cornwall is the land of sunrise to the Scilly Islanders." Unfortunately for this ingenious explanation, its author, in interpreting the account of the land of the Laestrygonians, Odyssey, X. 81, sec. is driven by his Fiat Earth assumption to a doctrine of sunrise, according to which the Scilly Islands become the sunrise land to the inhabitants of West Cornwall. 3 Theories of the Wanderings of Ulysses, in the Fortnightly, London, 1871, p. 758, 759. Homer's Abode of the Living. 181. Which requires a sleight of ingenuity like that just noticed, to make it suit the West. Mr. Bunbury observes, Kirk was the daughter of the sun, and hence her island would naturally be associated, in the mind of the poet, with bright and sunny images, which he might well introduce in a passing notice without considering how far they were geographically appropriate.
Umrich formulates this charge of absent-mindedness or forgetfulness still more definitely as follows: all the hanging back and hand-wringing of the interpreters avail nothing.
The abodes and dancing places of the early-born aurora, and the risings of the sun, are in the east. And to transport them to an island in the far west is worse than absurd. One can explain it only as a thoughtlessness on the part of the poet, who had in memory similar verses taken from the poem of the Argonauts, of which he made use. And for the moment he forgot that, in consequence of his fiction that Odysseus also was come to Ia, the adoption into his poem of this perhaps Jormal Hashton Wendung had become impracticable. One of our latest mythographers first places the elusive islet in the east, as most in accord with Homeric traditions, but at length triumphantly explains all difficulties by identifying it with the moon, which, naturally enough, is now in the east and now in the west. How would the wise old poet smile at such semi?
1 Cradle, Mythology of Ancient Greece and Italy, 4th ed.
London, 1877, p. 238. History of Ancient Geography, Vol. 1, p. 79. Heinrich, Die Timaci and der Junger Nostos, Flensburg, 1871, p. 20. 4 Robert Brown, John. The Myth of Kurt, London, 1883, p. 24, 27. 182.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Accusatory, semi-apologetic criticism. On the actual Earth, the East is reached by sailing west. And if interpreters had only been willing to concede to the ancient sages a little of their own abounding knowledge of the natural world, they would have spared themselves many a mortifying mistake. They should have read, in Lanier's Psalm of the West, of it. Big, perilous theorem, hard for king and priest, pursue the west but long enough, 'tis east/4. So plain is Homer's language, that some readers still addicted to the traditional view have here and there seen its force, and only by a hair's breadth missed the true Homeric geography. Thus Mr. Gladstone, in his Juventus Mundi, before his abandonment of the flat earth theory, observed, he seems to connect the extreme east with the farthest west, sunset with sunrise, as if he thought the earth's surface were wrapped, so to speak, round a cylinder. 1-2 Our true key to ancient cosmology, with its spherical Homeric earth, instantly solves these age-long contradictions. To recent writers, had they been attentive, Volker's disposition of the problem of Ea ought to have suggested the full-orbed truth. He found it necessary to assume the existence of two Ias, one located in the far east and one in the far west. 3 No. 1 Poems of Sidney Lanier, New York, 1884, p. 123. 2 p. 531. Comp. p. 325. The fact that the sun is sporting with the oxen night and morning goes far to show that Homer did not think of the earth as a plane, but round, perhaps as upon a cylinder, and believed that the west and east were in contact. 8 To relieve the incredibleness of his theory, he philosophically remarks, the poetic mind of the Greeks elaborated the conception of the universe harmoniously, so that to the sunland in the east a similar one had to correspond in the west. Hom. Geog. Paragraph 66. Comp, also his myth. Geog. Der Griechen und Ardmer, Leipzig, 1832, p. 79. Homer S. Abode of the Living. 183. This is in the paper on Homer's Abode of the Dead. We found that the true Homeric conception of the figure of the earth causes Volker's two Hadean kingdoms to melt or merge at once into one. So, here the same true conception of Homer as earth merges the two world-widely separated I's into one located on the opposite side of the northern hemisphere, equidistant from the poet eastward and westward. It is there that to the poet the westering sun begins to easter, one hence, though far to the west, it is at the same time far to the east, the place of which he says, there are the abodes and dance grounds of Aurora, there the risings of the sun. How beautifully those mutually contradicting maps themselves confirm the truth when once the truth is found. Gladstone S. and others place the Mythical in the farthest east. Bunbury S. and others, in the farthest west. Volker S. and others, fix it in both the farthest east and farthest west. All of this is contradictory as is well possible, yet all are unwittingly witnesses to the exact truth. The moment we take them from the flat disk of ignorant assumption, and wrap them around the sphere of true Homeric science, that moment all become congruent and correct. All now yield a common result, and confirm in the most striking manner the location above defined.
This true solution of the position of IA furthermore explains all the difficulties which commentators have found in the strange expression of Odysseus, that at 1 the ancient Germans had the same habit of considering the sunsetting as extending until 12 o'clock midnight. See the curious expressions in Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, File 2, p. 701, 705, des Hauptfingen die alten den Tag nicht vom Aufgang der Sonne, sondern schon von Mitternachten, wie auch were Hut noch fun. Wolfgang Menzel, Die Verchristlich und Sterblicht, Leipzig, 1870, File 1, p. 77. Odyssey, G. 3, 4. 184. The Earliest Cosmologies. That point he knew not where was east, or where was west, where the sun rose, or where it went behind the earth. Odyssey, X. 190-192. Of this, and the passage she, 1-4, Mr. Bunbury says it seems impossible to reconcile the two.
Mr. Gladstone goes still farther, and suggests that Homer himself is embarrassingly involved in his own conceptions, and, under the fogginess of this blind statement, is seeking to escape, one in the mouth of Mr. Gladstone, the most reverent of Homeric elucidators. This language is peculiarly surprising. But let one once conceive of IA as we have placed it, and how perfectly natural the enigmatical expression. To the poet, Odysseus and his comrades are homoousian antipodes. Hence the setting sun is at the same moment the rising sun, west is one with east, sunset is lost in sunrise. The venerable paradox is only a new and perfect index to the exact location which scholars have so long and so vainly sought. Such being the position of IA, the direction of Odysseus on his voyage to Hades and back is settled beyond a doubt. In Gladstone's map the course of this voyage is laid down as first north, then east, then a long way south, rounding in at last a little to the west, and having the landing on the nearer shore of the ocean stream. 2 in asterisk have already shown that this island, IA, is absolutely fixed, according to the mind of Homer, in the east, as Iolid is in the west. It cannot be in the remote north, because no fire is used. It is not very likely to lie to the south of east, because of the neighborhood of the Cimmerian folk. This is a difficulty for Homer, since his dawn ought to be somewhat to the south of east. He tries, it may seem, to escape, like some of his Trojan heroes, in a folk. For he declares that, on arriving here, Odysseus could make out nothing about his position relatively to the dark and the dawn, the sunset and the sunrise. This difficulty cannot wholly be removed. Juventus Mundi, p. 490. 2 later, in his Primer of Homer, p. 60, Mr. Gladstone transfers the entrance to Hades to the outer shore, the farther bank of the ocean. Homer's Abode of the Living. 185. Bunbury's map, on the contrary, the course is due west, and the landing on the farther shore of the ocean.
2 representations could hardly contradict each other more completely, neither is at all correct.
What are the requirements of the poem? First, it must be a voyage southward. For Kirk states that it is to be by the blast of Boreas that they are to be borne forward. *1 2 Locating Hades and IA as we have, this is precisely the wind we need to take the ship down to and across the ocean river. In the second place, if one follows Volker's interpretation, to which, for our part, we attach but slight importance, after reaching the ocean river, the voyagers are represented as sailing upstream for some distance before landing, and afterward returning downstream. Free this part of the journey, then, on a spherically conceived Homeric curve, would be along the lower shore of the equatorial ocean stream, from the meridian of Ia, in the direction of the meridian of Ithaca, in a course opposite to the apparent motion of the sun. In the third place, the point reached by the party in the realm of the dead is described by the term. If, now, this expression is intended to indicate a point of compass, as well as the gloominess of the place visited, it could not have been better chosen, since it describes the location precisely in accordance with all other indications, and fixes it as below the ocean stream, and in what was to the poet the western hemisphere, making the spot thus precisely under the stream. He thinks, however, that, in this part of his work, the poet was in a confused and bewildered state of mind, and that his latitudes were thrown into something like purposed confusion. P. 61. 1. Odyssey, X. 507. 2. Odyssey, Book She, 638. G. 1-2. Comp. Volker, Homerisch Geographic, Sects. 61-74. The current was conceived of as in the direction of the motion of the hands of a watch. 186. The earliest cosmologies. Dark, west, to use the very terms which various translators have employed in rendering the passage. 1. So much for I. But our hemispherical conception of Homer as abode of living men equally clears up the long-standing mystery as to the location of Calypso as Isle Aegeia. On this subject, as a recent author says, volumes have been written. Gladstone and others place the witching isle far to the north of Greece. Bunbury and others, far to the west. Euchert and others, far to the southwest. Volker and others, in the highest northwest. Merivale and others, like Callimachus of old, leave it in the center of the Mediterranean Sea, and identify it with Malta or its neighbor Gozo. And so on to the end of the list. Mr. Gladstone apologetically remarks, the poetess' descriptions are very vague, especially as to the island of Calypso. The fact seems to be that he was misled, not only by falsehood, but also by truth. When informants, speaking of the same region, described it as one of all but perpetual day, and also as one of night, one see Homer as abode of the dead, latest edition in Paradise Found, p. 467, 487. A few days ago, February 11, 1885, the writer came, for the first time, upon a reference to the Odyssene Hades, which, though barely incidental, and apparently forming no part of a comprehensive interpretation of Homeric cosmology, curiously conforms to the doctrine set forth in the True Key. Speaking of the religious ideas of the Greeks, the writer, Mr. R. P. Knight, remarks, the fate of the terrestrial soul, the regions to which it retired at the dissolution of the body, and the degree of sensibility which it continued to enjoy, are subjects of much obscurity. In the Odyssey it is allowed a mere, miserable existence in the darkness of the polar regions, without any reward for virtue or punishment for vice. The Classical Journal, London, 1822, vol. Coxby, p. 41. Compare Dante's wonderfully graphic picture of Odysseus' final and unreturning descensus ad inferos, in the Inferno, Canto Coxby, and the significance of the lines. Tat l'ostelgia, dello oltre polo video la notte, Illinois nostro tanto basso che non surge di del merenzuolo. Homer S. Abode of the Living. 187. All but perpetual, although both of these statements were true, he had not the key to their truth, and thus could only seek refuge in vagueness from contradiction. Nearly 2,000 years ago, the best geographers knew as little as now what to make of Homer's language. Here is Pliny's attempt to wrestle with it. The island of Aegeia, so called by Homer, is the habitable land in that whole hemisphere which the ancients believed to be surrounded on all sides by the ocean. For which reason it is called Navel Island, that is, the middle of the ocean. There he places Calypso, the daughter of Atlas, who knows the foundations of the ocean, and supports upon immense pillars the weight of heaven and earth. This is nature herself, such as she appears in that hemisphere, and Homer gives her the name of a woman then very well known, because there are many things in nature which she keeps concealed. The words axitret signifying to conceal. Perhaps the latest and most convenient method of disposing of the whole question is that adopted by Henry Hayman, according to whom the poet did not intend that we should have any idea whatever as to the 1. Juventus Mundi, p. 480. 2. Compare the following. It is hardly necessary to observe that the Homeric geography in regard to all these distant lands must be considered as altogether fabulous. We are wholly at a loss to account for the localities assigned by the Greeks in later days to the scenes of the Odyssey. It is certain that nothing can less accord with the data, such as they are, supplied by Homer than the identifications they adopted.
Edward H. Bunbury and Smith's Dictionary of Greek and Roman Geography, article Aegeia. Many years ago, after a personal inspection of Ithaca and Corcyra, Leucadia and Strongyl, Scylla and Charybdis, Taphros and the Hellespont, Mythical Charid and the land of the Lotophago, the present writer reached the conclusion that the shores and islands of the Mediterranean afford no key to these immortal Homeric voyages, and that the secret of many of the traditional identifications reported by scholiasts and geographers is substantially the one suggested in Motto third prefixed to the present paper.
188. The Earliest Cosmologies. Real location, and hence deliberately and purposely locked up his mystery in a manner intended to be effectual. The passage in which he presents this view is curious enough to quote. Homer does not say the wind and water as elsewhere, but the gods brought him, Imurav, thither. 1. The whole course is regarded as due to their interposition. By this contrivance the poet seems to intimate that no ordinary reckoning of distance or rate is applicable. He thus breaks away from the group of eastern localities which lie in connection with Ia, viz. the Sirens, Phrynici, and Scylla, and lands us in a new region. The name if meaning, as Mr. Helion Gesculus, human. 989 thinks, a dark gulf or chasm, suits well the idea suggested by that of Calypso, the concealer / similarly Hesiod, Theogony, 803, applies it to the water of Styx. Thus, by the very names Aegeia and Calypso, the poet may mean to hint that their whereabouts is not to be retraced, and that this part of the hero's course is not to be squared with previous notes of time or place. The same idea suits the 1. The center of the sea where it rose high, as land rises highest in some point far inland, and thus of unknown remoteness. So, from Aegeia reaching Sherry in 20 days v. 170 y. 268, 297, he is from Sherry brought back into known regions by a supernatural machinery, the magic Callies, v. 558, 563, which knew not human laws, and therefore baffle calculation. Thus the poet locks up his mystery. And all attempts to open it are idle in themselves, and are a violation of his idea. that there is no need for such a hewing asunder of the Gordian knot, the briefest glance at the true Homeric earth suffices to show. Nobody can fail to find the 1 Haman S. Odyssey Vol. 1, Appendix D, p. 12I. Homer S. Abode of the Living. 189. Of a hemispherical shield. And nobody can have any greater difficulty in finding the of the terrestrial hemisphere which Homer makes his abode of living men. It can be nothing else than the pole. And as the sea was supposed to surround it, as it does, and as the known countries around the Mediterranean were conceived of as little more than large islands in a sea which covered the greater part of the northern hemisphere, see Strabo, it was the most natural thing in the world that the polar island should be called the navel of the sea. As if to make it impossible to misunderstand his language, the poet calls the earth-picturing shield of Achilles not flat, but well-orbed. And by placing the ocean stream around its rim makes it, as on the earth of ancient Historian mythology, everywhere equidistant from its pole. In its application to the pole of the heavens, the same metaphorical term has often been employed among other peoples, -2 and if, as drive. Haman thinks divine. 1. The term forcibly recalls the oft-recurring, not yet fully understood Avestan expression, napt, the navel of the waters.
Without claiming an entire correspondence in its meaning, we may yet note with interest that, in the Middle Ages, the Parsees certainly associated this navel of the waters with their mythical North Polar world mountain, and assigned to it somewhat of the divinity and sanctity of the latter.
That Nariasant, in translating the Yajna into the Sanskrit, understood and rendered it in the same way. And, finally, that such scholars as Spiegel and Burnouf have lent to the interpretation the authority of their great names, though the former, in his commentary, is inclined to change his opinion. See Bleek S. Avesta. Point. 2, p. 30, 133, 137, 141. Point. 3, p. 46, 91, 130, 145, 148, 149, 152, etc. Windishman, Zoroastrisch Studien, Yotvi, p. 177. Fauvalacque, Elavesta Zoroaster et Lamazanisme, Paris, 1880, p. 252, 254. 2. Extremely interesting is the Vedic use of the terms navel of the heavens, navel of the world, and navel of the earth. Shirak Veda 1, 105, 110, 1, 164, 1, 185, x, 90, 14, et Passim. Even Fontaine, who finds the Vedic cosmology embryonnaire, is impressed by the scientific attainments disclosed in one of these umbilical hymns. In 5. Deek, Paris, 1881, p. 200. The name of the celestial pole with the 190. The Earliest Cosmologies. Agency seems to supersede natural in its vicinity. It is entirely in keeping with the idea that about and above the Arctic Pole is peculiarly the home of the gods. So the fact that Calypso is the daughter of Atlas becomes at once significant, when it is remembered that, in the oldest Greek mythology, the proper location of Atlas is not at the west, in Libya, but in the extreme north, at the pole. The fourfold fount, flowing in 4 opposite directions, further identifies the place with the mythical polar Göteborg of the Iranians, Hindus, and other peoples. To the same must be said of the beauty of the isle, which was so adorned with groves and soft meadows of violets, that the poet closes his description by asserting that, on beholding it, even an immortal would be seized with wonder and delight. Finally, as we should know in advance, it is apparently Notos which bears the voyager thither, and Boreas which brings him thence to the Phaeacians. All evidences, therefore, conspired to fix the location of the long adrift isle at the Arctic pole. The much contriving Odysseus crowns all his other achievements in the most fitting manner. Anticipating the belated Kanes and Franklins and Pears of our day, he snatches the supreme prize of polar exploration. In conclusion, then, the recovery of the true Homeric. Ancient Finns was Taivahan Napanen, Navel of the heavens. Pastor.
N. Finnish mythology, Street.
Petersburg, 1853, p. 32. Comp. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, p. See chapters on the Eden Zenith, and the Navel of the Earth, in Paradise Found, The Cradle of the Human Race at the North Pole, Boston, 1885. H. W. Volker, Mythische Geographie, Leipzig, 1832, p. 133. 2 CP.F. Cradle, Die Schöpfungsgeschichte und Lehre vom Paradies, Basel, 1861, p. 796, 799. Julius Grill, Die Erzväter der Menschheit, Leipzig, 1875, vol. 1, p. 223, 279. W. Menzel, Die Verchristliche Konstabilitätslehre, vol. 2, p. 11, 12. See chapter on the Quadrifercate River in Paradise Found. Asterisk Odyssey, v. 6375. Comp. Paradise Found, p. 235, 236.
Homer's Abode of the Living. 191. Conception of the abode of living men pours a flood of light over the entire Odyssey, showing what we stated more than 3 years ago, namely, that the wanderings of Odysseus are a representation, in highly poetical form, of an imaginary circumnavigation of the mythical Earth in its upper or northern hemisphere, including a trip to the under or southern hemisphere, and a visit to the North Pole. Section 4, The Gates of Sunrise in the Oldest Mythologies. In a noteworthy contribution to Volume 3 of the American Journal of Archaeology, Drive. William Hayes Ward, of New York, advances convincing considerations in favor of interpreting a certain representation often recurring in the ancient Babylonian cylinders, as referring to the gates of sunrise and to the coming forth of Shamash, the sun god, from them. No competent student of the subject can well doubt that the explanation is at once strikingly original and correct. But where in ancient Babylonian thought were these gates of sunrise located? Not above the Median Mountains, to the east of Babylonia, as Drive. Ward inadvertently implies, and as anyone unmindful of the peculiarities of ancient cosmology would inevitably suppose. Not on the eastern but under the northern horizon stood the twin mountains and the sacred gate. The Egyptians had a similar gate of their sun god Ba. As Maspero says, Loport sacri estates representi dans les vignettes du livre des morts, tant tu avert et les sont paraître entre ces du montants le disque solaire ou le dieu tumu et forme humaine, tant et fermi et verwili. And where was this sacred portal? Under the northern horizon of Egypt, reached by the sun 6 hours after his apparent setting, and left by him 6 hours before his apparent rising. To more precisely, it was 0.2 sous livre seal p. 274. Consequently, though below the horizon of 1 Revue d'Histoire des Religions, Paris, 1887, p. 274 m. Asterisk ibid. p.
275. 192. The Gates of Sunrise. 193. Egypt, it was at the true summit of the earth, the northern pole. 1. The twin mountains represented in the Shamash cylinders are doubtless the twin, mossy, mountains referred to in the second column of the 9th tablet of the Epic of Guidebook. 2. They appear to have been terminal peaks of the mountain of the world which, like the Herabarazeti of the Iranians, was the support and mother of all lesser mountains. Professor Sayce is quite right in making the Babylonian mountain of sunrise and mountain of sunset one and the same. 3. Nor need he have hesitated as he seems to have done to identify that one with the mountain of the world. In the bilingual hymn appended to Drive Ward's article, it is abundantly identified with that great mountain, the mountain of fate, the place of destinies.
See the 6th thesis in Egyptian Cosmology in Boston University Yearbook, Vol.
XP 33, are in Paradise Found, p. 173.
2.
Sayce, Hibbert Lectures, p. 363n. If, as Bruch has conjectured, the 4 props of heaven in Egyptian mythology were terminal peaks of the Apollo.Berg, answering to the 4 counterforts of Mount Meru in the 4 cardinal points, it is likely that the Babylonian Kasag also had 4 such peaks, and that the 2 represented in the Shamash seals are those which in Puranic geography stand in the northeast and southeast corners of Illavrita.
In starting upon his eastward journey, it would be between those 2 that the sunbow would naturally issue forth from the Sonnengarten am Nord Pole.
In this connection it should be noted that the Egyptian picture given by Bruch and others, in which Nut is represented as supported at 4 extreme points by feet and hands, and at the navel by Shu, is not, as usually understood, a picture of the sky above Egypt, but is a representation of the polar heaven of the gods. The hands and feet of the goddess are the 4 props. Shu, at the navel of heaven, and navel of earth, is the prototype of Atlas and the Atlas pillar. The passage of the sun through her body represents, not the 12 hours of an equatorial night, but the briefer transit of the child of Nut through the heaven that overspans Tanuter. End. B.
361.
Less than Paradise Found, p. 123-137. Ward, Abid. p. 56. Sayce, Bid. p. 515. On the expression, place of destinies, compare Layard, Le Culte et les Mystères du Mithra, Paris, 1867, p. 39, 133. 194.
The Earliest Cosmologies. But, though to a person in the latitude of Babylonia or Egypt the mountain of the sunrise was below the local horizon, it was not properly in the underworld.
In its own latitude it was the dazzling summit of the spherical earth, the only stairway to the abode of the gods. Hence, speaking with reference to the true heaven, the heaven of the gods, the poet could, with perfect consistency, sing of the sun rising as in a heavenly region, in the navel of heaven / and allude to the sun gate as a gate of the sky, one failing to recognize the like sphericity of the old Egyptian earth, whose mountain of sunrise exactly corresponded to the Babylonian. Maspero involves himself in difficulty, and finds the sun at midnight at the gate of the abode of Osiris, but this gate at one and the same time beneath the northern horizon, and yet high in the north and northeastern sky. To in perfect accord with the real ideas of ancient Egypt and Babylonia, Plato locates Apollo, the god of light, at the North Pole, and Hesiod in his Theogony places in the same vicinity his gate of day.
Navel has shown that in Egyptian thought the geographical on was only an earthly copy of a heavenly one, the heavenly sanctuary of Ra.
This, like the palace of Mithra in Avestan thought, and the shrine of Agni in Vedic thought, was at the top of the polar mountain of the gods, a mountain based upon the whole earth, but piercing the first of the heavenly spheres. There also was the Dionysian Nysa, and what Wolfgang Menzel long ago described as West Asian inscriptions, IV, 17. Translated by Sayce in Hibbert Lectures, p. 171. On the Navel of Heaven, see Paradise Found, p. 202, 224. To Maspero, Ta Supra, p. 275.
Also his essay, Egyptian Souls and Their Worlds in the New Princeton Review, July
1888, p. 2336. The Gates of Sunrise. 195. The Sun and Garden am Nordpol. The present writer has little doubt that the remarkable stone tablet of Abu Habba will eventually be recognized as a representation of Shamash, seated in state in his sanctuary, upon the summit of the mountain of the world, precisely as Plato has represented Apollo. That the solitary Temeru column will prove to be the Atlas pillar, the shoe support, of the world. That Sairu, the overarching serpent, will be recognized as the guardian constellation Draco. That the so-called sunwheel upon the altar will be found to be the earth navel with the sign of the quadriforcate waters. And, finally, that the study of the inscription Ina Put Apsi, and the related expression Pa Ainori in the epic, will at length teach the teachable that in this ancient language, as in more than one other, there are indications that originally in early poetic and mythologic expression the Mafki river was in immediate connection with its head and was, in fact, but another name for the fountain from which it drew its nourishment. 2-3 In the light of the foregoing, the inference seems warranted that at the time when the far-off ancestors of the ancient Chaldeans and Egyptians first formed their sun myths, they were living in the high north, in a latitude but just below the charmed line which bounds off the mysterious territory of the Minatan. In a land located in the neighborhood of 60 QN. The diurnal movements of the sun would be exactly 1. There is high authority for considering an entirely different figure, the lozenge, the oldest sun symbol in Babylonian art. See the
American Journal of Archaeology, Vol.
3, p. 385. 3.
See for representations of the tablet The Transactions of the Society of Biblical Archaeology, Vol.
V. p. 164. Eminent, Piers Gravies, Tom. 1, p. 243.
Ward, Notes in the American Journal of Archaeology, Vol.
If, 341, 343. 196.
The Earliest Cosmologies. Adapted to produce the remarkable mythimagery preserved to us in the art and literature of ancient Chaldea and Egypt. In such unanticipated ways is every year augmenting and reinforcing the evidence of the Arctic origin of man.
Section 5, The Homeland of the Gandharvas.
Another problem in Indo-Aryan cosmology. Every student of Indo-Aryan mythology must often have wished for greater light upon the mythologic region in which the Gandharvas were imagined to have their proper dwelling place.
In the investigation of the nature and activities of mythical beings, the habitat, if known, often aids the inquirer, if only by ruling out conjectures which without this knowledge would seem wholly admissible and perhaps decidedly plausible.
In the case of the Gandharvas, so little is clear and unquestioned that any aid of this incidental variety is highly desirable.
As to the true homeland of these beings, no serious inquiry has to my knowledge as yet been made. Apart from Kuhn's passing allusion to the point in Z's 1, 517, and Weber S. is 224, 225. No reference to the question has attracted my attention. Some time ago, while engaged in the cosmological studies already printed in the Journal of the Oriental Society, an idea occurred to me which seemed only too good to be true. One was considering the fact that all of the 7 concentric planetary heavens of the Indian thinkers are conceived of as inhabited, and that the tenets of each of these heavens are supposed to differ in stature, powers, longevity, etc. from the tenets of the others above or below, so that, as in Dante's Paradiso, each heaven possesses inhabitants adapted by their nature to the nature of their mythological sphere. The thought then came that, as the first or lunar heaven is the proper home of the Pitris, so the perfectly fitting 197. 198. The earliest cosmologies. Inhabitants of the fourth, or heaven of Venus, could be none other than the Gandharvas. The more one dwelt upon the idea, the more alluring it appeared. The congruity of tenant to world and of world to tenant became more and more evident the more the two were studied. Moreover, with so vast a region for their occupancy, the vastness of their number was no longer embarrassing. In the Puranas somewhat later one came upon one list of the celestial regions differing a little in terms from any one had ever previously noted. It began as usual with the Pitriloka as the first in the series. This, of course, according to our key, CJOs, Acts 388. Also Coxv, 81, is the north polar half of the Earth enclosing lunar sphere. Next followed, as was to be expected, the heaven of Indra, the north polar half of the moon enclosing globe of the sun, Cheos, Akachi, 138. Next above this Indraloka came the third heaven, assigned to the Maruts and called Marutloka. Next higher, according to the key, should come the globe of Venus enclosing in its capacious interior the Earth and the 3 spheres of the Moon, the Sun, and Mercury, all 4 concentric. Its north polar half would be the heaven of Venus. In the new list it was styled the Gandharvaloka. The 5th in the enumeration was styled Janaloka, the 6th Topaloka, the 7th, as all the congruities required, Brahmaloka, Wilson, Vishnu Purana, p. 48. Footnote. Such a list as this renders legitimate the inquiry, where, when, and by what school of teachers, were the Gandharvas represented as natives of the 4th celestial region above the abode of men, the one corresponding in Pythagorean and oldest Babylonian thought to the heaven of Venus. The Gandharva homeland. 199. One may assert that one find it increasingly difficult to suppress the conviction that, in the earliest Greek thought, the mythological, non-human, Maenades were by nature tenants of the earth enclosing lunar sphere, and the Heliadae, with their sisters, tenants of the solar. May the suggestion appeal to some competent mythologist, and result in an instructive monograph. Section 6, The World Tree of the Teutons. One of the least satisfactory portions of Professor de los Ose's valuable book on the religion of the Teutons is that relating to the Asker Yggdrasil, or Tree of the World. His treatment of this myth is very brief and, at the end, he merely concurs in Muhlenhof's declaration that a perusal of the pertinent passages in our sources can leave in the mind only the most incongruous ideas concerning the character of the world tree.
In my judgment, 2 things go toward explaining the admitted failure of experts in Teutonic mythology to reconstruct this tree in a way to harmonize with the literary data. The first is the reluctance to ascribe to the prehistoric authors of this and similar myths that power of thought and expression which they must have possessed. The second is forgetfulness of the high north viewpoint of the oldest Teutonic, Celtic, and Slavonic cosmological myths. Once grant to the four authors of the Aryan mythologies a mental power adequate to conceive of their worlds celestial, terrestrial, and infernal, as all united in one organic unity, like the unity of a living tree, and we are entitled to look for something like rational fitness in their chosen symbol, however poetic or artistic it may be.
So, too, the moment we take, as we ought to do, a high north viewpoint in visualizing the heavens and earth, we immediately find the world S-axis substantially upright in position, and therefore easily seeming a column for the support of the dome of stars which revolves, as on a pivot, at its head. This column, extending from 200. World Tree of the Teutons.
201.
Visible zenith to lowest nadir of the universe, furnishes the one bond needed to give unity to all regions celestial, terrestrial, and infernal. It is the sacred Irminsel, quod Latini dicitur universalis columna, quasi sustenens omnia, one it is the trunk of all world trees. Generations ago this was clearly seen, and W. Menzel well said, dieses Symbol enst Spraeglich aus der Vorstellung der Weltats.
The only important difficulty in picturing Yggdrasil in harmony with the mythological data is found in the account given of the roots.
The Edda itself interprets the branches, saying that they spread over the whole world and even reach above the sky. Of the three roots, however, at least one seems to be represented as situated in a region naturally assigned to the branches. Among early interpreters, Lin evades the difficulty by suggesting that the Yggdrasil is merely a symbol of life, universal and human, and that the three roots symbolize the physical, the intellectual, and the moral principles respectively. Another attempted explanation has taken the three to mean matter, organization, and spirit. In Finn Magnusson, a striking pictorial representation in his Edelsaren, Plate 1, the first a lowest root is a root system, the second a branch system, and the third one knows not what. The picture is reproduced as frontispiece in Mallet's Northern Antiquities. In a study of the cosmical tree in 12 mythologies, published in the year, one referred briefly to the Yggdrasil, and made its mid-branches enclose or overarch the abode of men. Not long after, however, on maturer consideration, one reached a somewhat modified 1. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, p.
759. 2.
Paradise Found, The Cradle of the Human Race at the North Pete, Boston, USA.
11th ed.
1904, p. 262, 278. 202.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
View, and one which still seems to me the true solution of the problem of the roots. As introductory to its presentation, one would here first call attention to a noted lusus natures found in the chief cemetery of the city of Oldenburg. It is a tall and symmetrical tree with two systems of roots, one in the ground, and the other in the air. The upper one constitutes a kind of roof, about 10 feet from the ground, and under it people walk about freely. A root sketch of the tree is presented below. At the time of my visit to it, one read the folklore tale which accounts for the prodigy by stating that once upon a time, when a falsely accused maiden was on her way to the place of her execution, she plucked up a small shrub and, giving it to the unmerciful mob of her persecutors, bade them plant it top downward in the earth, assuring them that God would confirm her protestations of innocence by making it to grow with its roots in the air. According to what is now folk faith, her prophecy was fulfilled, and what was at first the taproot of the plant has become the trunk and beautiful top of a tall and shapely tree. A huge ring of roots is certainly there, high in the air, with only here and there a feeble leaf stem struggling for life.
As a permanent inscription on the main portal to the cemetery, one reads to this day the words which the maiden as wicked but afterward convicted and remorse-smitten accuser to his dying day repeated over and over, Die azokitest lam. Die wheatest lam.
Now, rings of roots, similar to the two systems on the Oldenburg tree, are not so rare as may be supposed. They are very often found at the base of a stalk of Indian corn, maize. On a hemlock in the woods one once found a kind of aerial guy root. It started out from the tree as a branch, more than a foot above the ground. World Tree of the Teutons. 203. It then rooted itself close by in a high bank of earth, but after passing through this it again became a branch, and flourished as a low bough of the mother tree. Any tree whose branches radiate at certain nodes like the spokes of a wheel, one set of them above another, as in the case of the Araucarian pines, would easily suggest to the Oldenburg tree, showing a section of its aerial root system. The Yggdrasil, triradically depicted. The imagination of a primitive people, a continuation of the same system below the surface of the ground. In the light of the foregoing, it is plain that a new and simple solution of the problem of the rooting of the Teutonic world tree can be had by making the three roots signify root systems, the first and lowest being in the depths of hell, the second constituting the floor of the region in which men have their abode, and the 204. The earliest cosmologies. Third being situated just at the top of Cloudland, though still far below the starry abode of the immortal gods. This arrangement perfectly answers to the troublesome statement in the Grimnismal: hell dwells under one root, the frost giants under the second, and the race of men under the third. See picture accompanying this paper. Combining this new interpretation with that which one gave of Bifrost in pages 155-158 of the work before referred to, and which identifies the bridges of Chinbot, Sirat, Bifrost, etc., with the axis pillar of the universe, all further objects mythologically associated with Yggdrasil, such as the doomstead of the gods, the two swans, the eagle, the squirrel Ratatosk, the headspring of all the worldless waters, the four hearts, Nidhogg and the infernal serpents, all take their appropriate places in the cosmos, and are found to have corresponding symbols in one or more of the world trees of other mythologies. To the attention of interested scholars one confidently commend it, stipulating only that they first read the recent account of the world tree myths given in pages 992-1018 of John O'Neill's Night of the Gods, a work of immense erudition and of path-breaking significance. See also Folker's plant lore. Section 7, Problems still unsolved in Indo-Aryan cosmology.
To a greater extent than has been generally acknowledged, Babylonian cosmology is the key to an understanding of the Indo-Aryan. In proof of this statement, the student is invited to spread out before him the diagram of the Babylonian cosmos printed in the 23rd volume of the Journal of the American Oriental Society, opposite page 388, and to note the following remarkable correspondences.
1. Like the upper Ikar in the diagram, the Sumeru of the Indo-Aryans is a Mons Montium, a true Weltberg. 2. In both cosmological systems this Weltberg is at the same time par excellence the possession of the gods, a Götterberg. 3. In both this Götterberg is not only divinely vast and beautiful, but also in shape, quadrangular. 4. In both the axis of the heavens and of the earth is perpendicular in position, and consequently the top of the quadrangular Götterberg is the true summit of the earth. 5.
In both this crowning summit of the earth has an antipodal counterpart and a corresponding inverted Weltberg underneath the earth.
In Chaldea this peculiar conception seems to have been of pre-Semitic antiquity.
One of the first of Western scholars to recognize the parallelism and something of its significance for comparative cosmology was Lenormand, who a generation ago wrote as follows: Dans les conceptions de l'Ocos. 205. 206. The earliest cosmologies. Mologie mythique des Indiens en oppose au Sumeru, bon meru du Nord, union Kumeru mauvaise et funeste, qui fait exactement union pendant et en estates faneth.
I fast. Die meme les childines opposent et la divine et binhayus montaigne de l'Orient, Akkadian Gossig Babara equals Assyrian Sat GT Somsi, Un Montaigne Funste et Ténébreux, Acadian Garsig Giga equals Assyrian Sad Arab Somsi, Situé dans les parties bases de la terre. Origines de l'histoire Tom. 2 1 p. 134. 6. In the Babylonian cosmos, the upper hemigysi has 7 stages. In the Indo-Aryan, it has 7 varshas. 7. In the Babylonian system, the lower or inverted hemigysi has 7 stages. In the Indo-Aryan, it has 7 patalas. 8.
West of Babylonia is found the Hebrew conception of a quadrifurcate river of paradise which flowed forth in opposite directions to water the 4 quarters of the pristine earth.
East of Babylonia is found the Indo-Aryan conception of the Ganga stream which, descending from heaven to the top of Sumeru, there divides itself, according to the Vishnu Purana, into 4 world drivers, and descending the several sides of the mountain from Varsha to Varsha, waters the whole earth. It is hardly possible to doubt that in both cases the conception was borrowed from the worldview of the people residing midway between the Hebrews on the one side and the Indo-Aryans on the other, or was at least common to the 3. 1. 9. In the Indo-Aryan, as in the Babylonian worldview, the 7 divisions of the lower are inverted hemi. 1 t. G. Pinches, the Old Testament in the light of historic records, etc., 2d ed. 1903, p. 71-73. Alfred Jeremias, Das Alte Testament im Licht des Alten Orients, Leipzig, 1904, p. 102-104. F. Hummel, Aufsätze und Abhandlungen, p. 326 FE. Problems still unsolved. 207. Can be described, as they are in the Mahabharata, as subterranean, and yet, at the same time, as capable of receiving light from the sun and moon. Our diagram clearly shows both the possibility and the entire naturalness of this. 10. In the Babylonian conception, the upper or northern planetary hemi-Urano were 7 in number, and each of them, in receding order away from the Weltberg, was located at an increasing interval or distance. So is it also in the Indo-Aryan cosmos. 11. According to the Babylonians, the under or southern planetary hemi-Urano were also 7 in number, and these, numbering from their center, were located at ever wider distances asunder. So is it also with the Delpas in the Indo-Aryan cosmos. 12. In Babylonian thought, each of the celestial spheres was assigned to the guardianship and government of a particular divine being. So was also each Dvipa in Indo-Aryan thought. See Wilson S. Vishnu Purana, p. 162. 13. In the Babylonian cosmos, the lower hemi-Urano are, as a group, below the 7 stages of the lower hemigea. In like manner in the Indo-Aryan, the Narakas are, as a group, below the patalas. Wilson, Ibid. P-207. 1 We may be the more certain that in the Indo-Aryan cosmos the Narakas were the lower or infernal hemi-Urano from 2 striking facts. The fact that in the downward direction the distances of the Narakas from each other increase in an arithmetical ratio just as do the distances of the heavens in the opposite direction. The fact that the normal term of life in these successive infernal abodes grows longer and longer according to distance from the cosmic center, precisely as is the case in the successive celestial abodes. One have never found any text that gave such a representation of the patalas. It may be added that the rabbinical conception of 2 south polar Gehennas, Eisenmeiner, in Decus Judentum, p. 328f. The one terrestrial and the other celestial, the 2 exactly answering to 2 north polar para. 208. The Earliest Cosmologies. 14.
At the same time, in the Babylonian system, the regions included in the inverted hemi were known and those included in the inverted hemi slightly overlap.
All the requirements of the system imply that the same was true in the Indo-Aryan. This feature also helps us to understand WHIDE texts, and thus far their Occidental interpreters present no clear and sharp distinction between the two groups as to nature or location. Possibly a similar slight overlapping may explain the failure of Egyptologists to make between Tut and Amentet the distinction clearly implied in certain passages of the most ancient texts. See Budge's Book of the Dead, 1901, Chap. Exiv, Vol. 1, p. 211. 15. In the Indo-Aryan as in the Babylonian system, the lowest hells are antipodal to the highest heavens. Hence the statement in the Vishnu Purana, Wilson, p. 209, the gods in heaven are beheld by the inhabitants of hell as they move with their heads inverted. 11 In the Jain Sutras also persons in hell are represented as moving about with their heads downward. Sb. 12 p. 279. Even in Plutarch the same ancient idea survives. * 1. 16. In both systems the diurnal movement of the sun is in a horizontal instead of a vertical plane, and night as darkness is caused simply by the passage of the
Is one terrestrial and the other celestial, is clearly a survival of the ancient Babylonian idea.
Brief citations may be seen in Budge, The Gods of the Egyptians, 1904, 1, 273f. The terrestrial Gehenna perfectly corresponds to the Indian Patalus as above interpreted, the celestial to the Narakas. 1. The virtuous see the ghosts of people there turned upside down and as it were descending into the abyss. On the face in the orb of the moon, section 28. That the Greek astronomers derived their conception of the mutually antipodal X. V and Arixva from the ancient Babylonians has long been clear to me. The Chthon was simply the upper Ikar, the Antichthon the inverted lower Ikar. Problems still unsolved. 209. Sun around the farther side of the Weltberg. According to Maspero, the same apparent paradox as to the sun's motion was held and taught by the most ancient Egyptians as well as by the most ancient Chaldeans. Dawn of Civilization, N. Ad. p. 544. 17. In both systems a cross-section of the cosmos in the plane of the equator would show 7 solid horizontal world rings, one within another, and all of them enclosing their common center. Here, possibly, was the origin of the world rings of rock separated by 7 intervening seas in the common description of the Buddhist worldview. It should be remembered, however, that in the Buddhist cosmography the tops of these world rings are by no means in a common plane. 18. In both systems the order of the 7 planets is not that of the matured Greek teaching of Ptolemy, but is conformed to the older Babylonian view, according to which both sun and moon are nearer to the earth than the nearest of the remaining 5. 19. Precisely as in Babylonian thought the sphere of the fixed stars is far above, beneath, and beyond the 7 concentric planetary globes, so in the Indo-Aryan is found, far above, beneath, and beyond the earth and all the Devalokas, the all-including shell of Brahma's cosmic egg. 20. Finally, as in the Babylonian, so in the Indo-Aryan cosmos, there is present and visible to every eye the most wonderful of all monuments of prehistoric astronomic science, the starry world girdle of the 12-sign zodiac, attesting in both peoples a clear recognition of the great circles and the poles of the ecliptically defined celestial sphere. In the beginning of European investigations into the astronomical and geographic ideas encountered in 210.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Sanskrit literature. One of the most important of questions was the cosmological system of the Indo-Aryans of indigenous origin, or was it in its fundamentals due to Babylonian influence? In view of the 20 correspondences above enumerated, it may safely be affirmed that this question is now answered. One as usual, however, in similar cases, the determination of the historic fact has immediately started a multitude of new questions relative to the time, manner, cause, and meaning of the fact. These constitute so many challenges to the young oncoming scholars of a new century. Among the problems yet unsolved in this field, one of the most interesting and important is whether, in the beginning, the 7 dvipas were really supposed to be continental rings, horizontal in position. In some late documents they appear to be so represented, and yet there seems also to be some evidence going to show that in a prehistoric period the authors of Indian cosmology on the east, like Pythagoras and succeeding astronomers of Greece on the west, too borrowed from the Babylonians the idea of 7 concentric globes, crystalline spheres, presided over respectively by the 7 planetary divinities. For example, such treatises as the Saryasitanta pronounce the first in the order of the dvipas a globe.
But that the dvipa that in all enumerations is the first of all and the most central of all was a globe, it is a natural a priori expectation that the remaining 6 members of as long ago as in the year 1890 Professor Jansen could write of the origin of the cosmic system of the Indians as follows: Das dies Entschauung nicht aus Persian, sondern direkt oder indirekt aus Babylonien stammt, seit die weit grosse Gleichzeitigkeit der Babylonischen und Indischen als die der Persischen und Indischen Ideen. Cosmology, p.
184. To Pythagoras apud Seus Conversatus Estates.
Diogenes lehrt.
Die Vitus Philos. Lib. V. C. 1. Problems still unsolved.
211.
The Sias will be found to be, or once to have been, globes also. Again, if in the beginning the Indo-Aryan series consisted of 7 concentric spheres, like the Babylonian, the second of them, Plaksha, would correspond to the Babylonian lunar sphere, the globe of the moon god Sin. Like that it would be conceived of as perfectly transparent, and hence like the others invisible. The visible lunar disk would doubtless be thought of, as it was in Babylonia, as the moon god's ship of light, the vehicle in which in sacred state he made his nightly journeys round and round upon his spacious earth-enclosing sphere, lighting at the same time the central world of men within. In Babylonian thought the only natural passages into or out of this earth-enclosing lunar sphere were one through a north polar gate on the way of Anu, and one through a south polar gate on the way of E. 3 items almost seem to imply that the original conception of Plaksha was in correspondence with this. First, while in the Vishnu Purana Vishnu is naturally represented as worshipped in all the dvipas below Brahmanes, he is said to be worshipped in Plaksha in the form or person of Soma the moon. Second, in the account of the descent of Ganga from the throne of Vishnu in the north polar heavens, the celestial stream is represented as falling on and washing the lunar orb before it reaches the top of Meru at the north pole of the earth. Wilson S. Vishnu Purana, p.
170 and 228.
Of course, the only lunar orb that the celestial waters in making this direct descent at the pole could possibly encounter and wash would be one overarching the whole northern hemisphere of the earth, precisely as did the globe of the moon god Sin. 212.
The Earliest Cosmologies.
Third, the southern Buddhists, in some of their texts, almost seem to have retained an older Hindu idea of the same kind, for it is said of Yugandhara, the dvipa which in their system corresponds to Plaksha, the region of Yugandhara covers, as a vaulted cope, the whole of these divisions. Edward Upham, History and Doctrines of Buddhism, p. 77. Speaking from any standpoint on the surface of Ikar, this would perfectly apply to the globe of Sin.
That the remaining extralunar dvipas were originally globes, and not annular disks,
seems almost implied in the fact that according to the Puranas each, with the exception of the outermost, had divisions of its surface corresponding in number and apparently in form with those of the spherical Jambudvipa. This could not be the case were the dvipas merely annular disks. Furthermore, in the description of them given to drive Edward Upham by the Buddhist high priest of Ceylon, their undersides are represented as corresponding to the upper, which would imply antipodal regions similar in outline and equal in extent to the regions belonging to the upper or north polar half of the cosmos as a whole. Lop. Sit. B. 86. Finally, in a prize essay printed in the Asiatic Researches in 1849, Babu Shom, a native Indian teacher, closes a description of the dvipas as follows: the 7 divisions varshas in each of the continents' dvipas are separated by 7 chains of mountains and 7 rivers, lying breadthways, and placed at such inclination in respect to one another that if a straight line be drawn through any chain of mountains or rivers, one of the value of the text thus rendered by Upham, or of the correctness of the rendering, the present writer has no means of forming an opinion, but it may at least be said that drive Upham had no discoverable inducement to attempt to represent Yugandhara as a globe. Problems still unsolved. 213. On the other continents and produced toward the central isle it would meet the center of the earth. These terms certainly seem to imply, not only that the dvipas were concentric globes, but also that the varshas of each, and the patalas of each, and the mountain ridges by which in each the varshas and patalas were respectively bounded, were all in such perfect correspondence in the system that a right line in any direction from the center point of the earth would, if sufficiently produced, pass through an identically shaped varsha or patala, or an identically placed mountain range, in each of 7 concentric spheres. Babu Shom does not give his textual authority, but, though a Christian convert, he was in constant touch with the chief Brahmin teachers of Calcutta in his time. Surely the authorship and the warrant of so incomparably elaborate and beautifully worded concept as this calls for an early and exhaustive investigation. Another problem which still awaits solution is the following: when, where, and under what influences in the development of the Buddhist form of the Indo-Aryan cosmology did the term Jambudvipa cease to designate the central one of all the spheres and come to mean merely one of 4 diversely shaped, but symmetrically located, islands far out in the outermost of the 7 world seas? The nebular hypothesis made the Kalpa Sutra of Bhadrabahu, Spi. Vol. Akachi, P. 227, 229, Harinagamasi is represented as flying upward in a straight line from Jambudvipa to the heavenly council chamber and throne room of Sakra, yet as passing on his way right through numberless continents and oceans. His previous descent from Sakra's heaven was also right through numberless continents and oceans. Neither of these representations is at all compatible with Indian cosmology as commonly interpreted. On the other hand, once conceive of the dvipas as originally concentric globes, and allow for an exaggeration merely in the number, and the representations perfectly fit the requirements of the worldview. 214. The earliest cosmologies. Think to explain how an outermost revolving ring may break up and gather itself together into a planetary Massachusetts, but who can tell us when, where, and how this central Jambudvipa got itself first plucked out of the center of the total cosmic system, then contracted to the dimensions of the Buddhist triangular isle, and finally towed out and anchored in the world-engirdling sea?
One's first thought is that this revolution in cosmological thought must have taken place in consequence of the transference of the center of Buddhist consciousness from continental India to insular Ceylon. But even this consideration fails to relieve the utter unthinkableness of the change that crowded 6 or 7 enormously extended world rings and world seas into the narrow space between Ceylon and the Asian mainland.
A further problem remains, the investigation of which cannot fail to throw light upon the one just mentioned. It relates to the cosmology of the Jains. It asks, wherein at the beginning did the Jain cosmology agree with, and wherein differ from, that presented in the epic and Puranic texts?
When and why did it take on the modifications which now differentiate it from the traditional teaching of the modern Brahmins on the one hand and from the Buddhist cosmology on the other?
These questions have not yet received the attention they deserve. Of one of the most important of the texts affording data for their solution, Weber had nothing more or better to say than that it contains nur mythisch Fantastorien, in dich Studien, IKV, 390. Even Professor Thibaut, in his excellent work on the astronomical and related ideas of India, makes no effort to trace the origin or significance of that strange doctrine of the Earth's 2 suns and 2 moons found in the Jain astronomies, as it was also in the teaching of some. Problems still unsolved. 215. Of the Greek astronomers, one but dismisses the whole subject with the cool remark that this peculiarity of the system is own Bellin, Grundriss, 3:22. Other peculiarities of the Jain cosmology well deserve investigation both by themselves and according to comparative methods. Such, for example, is the enumeration of the Kandadeva and the Suradeva in due order after Jambudeva, and yet the making of Tyasonda, beyond the Lavina Sea, the second in the normal series of the Dvipas.
Another is the bringing down of Pushkara from the 7th place in the original series to the 3rd, and the new definition of the Manusaketa connected therewith.
E. Lumen in dich Studien, IKV, 390-392.
Possibly we may never obtain the data required for the solution of the several problems mentioned in the foregoing paper.
It is encouraging, however, to remember that in every field of knowledge the clear formulation of the questions next needing to be attacked often proves to be a most helpful preliminary to new discoveries. One day, the Jains similarly allot twice that number to the salt ocean, 6 times as many to the Tuchidvipa, 21 times as many to the Kalodadi, and 72 of each to Pushkaradvipa. F. Buchanan and Asiatic Researches, Vol. X. B.
322. According to Hardy's Manual of Buddhism, p.
20 and 22 footnote, they also locate the moon 80 yojanas above the sun instead of 1 yojana below it. Index of authors. Olfenberg, 159. Amise, 167. A.M. Leno, 107.
Anaxagoras, 73. Anaximenes, 73.
Aristotle, 173, 177.
Axiacus, 73.
Bonch, B. 117. Bailey, J.S. 128. Bancroft, H.H. 23, 172. Basil H. Asterisk. Bastian, Adolf, 100. Beale, S. 100, 135, 139, 177.
Bender, W. 111. Bragain, 91.
Berger, E. H. 123, 126. Burke, 108. Birch, S. 174. Biscoff, E.
36, 52. Blas, Friedrich, 72.
Bleek, 189. Bull, Franz, 123.
Boscawen, W. Street.
C. 3566. Breasted, 65.
Brocklesby, 121.
Brown, Robert, 161, 181. Rochbay, 60, 61, 66, 108, 174, 194. Buchanan, F. 215. Buckley, 162, 164. Budge, 65, 67, 104, 105, 208. Buffon, 128. Bunbury, 160, 167, 180, 181, 184, 187. Bergs, George, 73. Burgess, Ebenezer, 80.
Burnouf, 189.
Burton, E. R. 129. Caporali, 128. Caston, 190. Chabas, 61, 174. Charles, R. H. 48. Shane, T. K. 24, 130. Cicero, 39. Clark, Adam, 50. Colebrook, 173. Copernicus, 40. Cox, G. W. 159, 179. Craig, J. A. 76. Cruzagignot, 68, 176. Pumont, Franz, 67. Dante, 40, 67, 186, 197. Tarembert, 73. Tarmesteter, James, 85. Dillitz, Friedrich, 78, 173. Diodorus Siculus, 38, 176.
Diogenes Laertius, 210.
Doring, A. 117. Dreyer, J. L. E. 47, 62. Drummond, James, 48. Dupuy, 173. Ebers, 69. Eggers, 167. Eisenler, 167. Eisenmenger, 50, 207.
Epping, 122.
Ehrman, 65, 105. Eudoxus, 47. Euripides, 177. Fear L. Ohm, 119. Flash, 170. Fleckeisen, 158. Forster, 170. Folkert, 204. Fontaine, 175, 189. Forbiger, 160. Fries, C. 78, 117. Frobenius, L. 23. Garrett, 177. Gaster, M. 52. Kurland, 159, 179. Kinzel, F.K. 117. Georgi, 100. Gladstone, 160, 161, 179, 18. 186. Golnishev, 175. Gray Asa, 128. Gray L.H. 92. 217. 218. Index of authors. Brill, J. 190. Grimm, 183, 190, 201. Grupp, O. F. 39. Gigniot, 68. Kunkel, Hermann, 130. Paul, R. H. 68. Hammurabi, 76. Hardy, E. 215. Hardy, R. S. 37. Hastings, James, 19. Heyman, 162, 187, 188. Here, Oswald, 128. Heinrich, 181. Herodotus, 61, 76, 108, 161. Hesiod, 75, 170, 194. Hewitt, J. F. 122. Homer, 48, 70, 76, 116. Hommel, Fritz, 33, 36, 37, 66, 123, 206.
Hopkins, E. W.
85, 96.
Hovalakiu, 189.
Heising, G. 117. Hughes, T. D. 53. Jensen, B. 33, 34, 35, 36, 122. 210. Jeremias, A. 36, 38, 45, 51, 67, 78, 130, 206. Jeremias, F. 38. Jevons, F. B.
111.
Johns, H. W. 1776. Jordan, 157, 167. Callimachus, 186. Philippus, 47. Kammer, 167. Kant, 111. Curie, C.F. 158, 176. Kierl, P.F. 31, 190.
Cately, 181. King, Al. W.
68. Knight, R.P. 178, 186.
Copen, 141.
Cross, Ernst, 129. Chris, 128. Tugler, 117. Kuhn, 108, 197. Kuntz, Otto, 128. Kurtz, J.H. 44. Lagrange, 123. Lang, H.O. 104. Lanier, Sydney, 182. Lenzoni, 107.
Lawton, W. C.
71. Lazzarini, G. 128. Leconte, Joseph, 128. Lefebvre, 61, 174. Lehmann, 122. Lenormant, 173, 176, 205. Lepsius, J. 47, 117. Lepsius, Carl R. 66. Lessman, H. 117.
Lefebvre, W. R.
35. Luhmann, E. 215. Lieblein, 61, 174. Ling, 202. Lucan, 177. Magnuson, 201. Mahler, 122. Mallet, D. 104. Mallet, M. 202. Manhart, 176. Mason, 172. Maspero, 33, 37, 58, 174, 175, 192, 194, 209. Massey, G. 69. Monder, E. W. 45, 119, 122. Mori, A. 174. Mayer, 122. M. Nant, 195. Menzel, W. 141, 170, 174, 183, 190, 201. Merivale, H. 178, 180. Middleton, B. 175. Miller O. D. 66, 222. Mitchell M. 44. Monier Williams 67, 98, 173. Montanus 149. Morris 177. Mueller F. Max 99. Mueller Ivan 76. Muir John 173. Meyer Isaac 33. Navel 67, 194.
Nariasin 189. Neubrenner 121.
Newcomb Simon 24, 120. Nielsen D. 117. Nitz G. W. 167. Aubry 177. Oldenburg H. 93. O'Neill, John, 114, 204. Oppenheim S. 47. Oppert, 222.
Aureli, 52.
Index of authors. 219. Orton, James, 128.
Packard, L. R.
70. Paley, 188.
Vallis, 141.
Palmer E. H. 53. Parmenides, 47. Penck A. 128. Petrie F. 65-66. Philo, 48.
Herat, 69.
Pinches, 206.
Pinder, 72.
Plato, 39, 47, 88, 113, 194. Pliny, 187. Plunkett E. M. 122. Plutarch, 102, 208. Poole, R. S. 174. Porphyrius, 168. Breeder, 157, 166, 167. Proctor, R. A. 122, 124.
Ptolemy, 40, 209.
Puini, C. 36. Pulm, F. L. 36. Pi Samuel, 44. Pythagoras, 39, 47, 88, 210.
Quadriphages, 128.
Quentin, 123. Rido Hugo, 33, 44. Rapp, 108. Renouf, 69, 104. Rees, John, 129. Richthofen, 14. Vink, 158.
Robio, 161.
Rogers, R. W. 46. Roth, Edward, 68. Roy, 97.
Saglio, 73.
Salmond, S. D. F. 46, 48. Saporta, Kant, 128. Sastry, Pundit, 80. Sauce, D. Law, 200. Sayce, A. H. 193. Schackenberg, 65.
Schiaparelli, G.
26 FE. 44. Schlegel, G. 122. Scribner, G. H. 128. Schwartz, 124. Seymour, T. D.
72.
Shakespeare, 105. Shom, Babu, 87, 212. Seek, G. 117. Spencer, Herbert, 172. Speer, 84. Spiegel, F. 82, 115, 189. Spiegelberg, 65. Stanley, 50. Street. Claire, G. 67. Steindorf, 65, 68, 104. Sterrett, 170. Stewart, J. A. 73, 75.
Strabo, 189. Strassmayer, 122.
Stewart, 5. 176. Tennyson, 133. Terrien de la Couperi, 14. Thibaut, 86, 93, 214. Thomson, 174. Teal, C. F. 38, 173, 174, 175. Tillich, 74, 85, 129. Trollsland, 47. Tyler, E. B. Bill. Euchert, 160, 179. Upham, E. 90, 210. Virgil, 177. Vicar, 157, 160, 163, 164, 166, 168, 178, 185. Von Strassentorni, 65. Vos, J. H. 166. Weddell, L. 37, 100, 137. Wagner, M. 128. Wallace, H. W. 36. Ward, W. H. 192. Weber, 197, 214. Weicker, G. 43. Wetstein, 50. Whitehouse, C. 19 FE. 29, 33, 86.
Whitney, W. D.
80. Weidman, 65. Wilser, J. D. L. 129. Winkler, Hugo, 34, 37, 45, 66, 78, 92, 223.
Windishman, 189.
Wolf, F. A. 166. Worcester, Elwood, 34. Finch, A. 52. Zimmer, 91. Zimmern, H. 40. Index of subjects. A Codosumerian Worldview, 40. Amenti, 67, 69, 174, 176. Apocryphal Literature, 48. Arctic Origin of Men, 128, 196. Erezer, 81. Rupaloka, 143. Ascents to the Heavens, 49, 52, 116. Asker Yggdrasil, 200 FE.
Astronomy Among Savages, 111. Astronomy on and within the
Arctic Circle, 125, 126. Atlas Pillar, 43, 177, 195. Babylon Influence of, 14, 39, 45, 66, 76, 210. Babylonian Universe, 33, 40. Bifrost, 204. Borak, 53. Chinese Worldview, 14. Chinvat Bridge, 118, 204. Cosmology Comparative, 11, 130, 205. Counter-Earth, 39, 69, 208. The Census ad in Pharosin Street. Paul S. View, 44, 47. Doomstead of the Gods, 204. Doot, C. Toot. Vipas Interpreted, 86. Names, 86. Earth, the 18, 25, 27, 34, 35, 39, 46, 58, 63, 79, 97. Thought of as a ball, even beachy savages, 23, 172. Earth and Counter-Earth, 39, 69, 208. Etana 116.
Firmament duplicated 29. Floodgates in the lower 29. Vault of great solidity 29.
Conflicting views of 44, 45. Gandharvaloka, the heaven of Venus, 197 FE. Ganymede, 116. Gates of the Sun, 192, 196. Gehenna's, South Polar, 207. Ghosts move with their heads downwards, 172, 174, 208. Gods intercourse of 116. Hades of Hades 67.
Half-yearly hell torments 49.
Harabaras 80, 81, 83. Heavens 8 in Babylonian thought 36. Plural in Hebrew 46.
Ascension of Isaiah 49.
Ascensions of Mohammed 53. Heavens and Hell's Touch 51. Pillars of Heaven 58 FE. Navel of 61, 193. Ladder of 60, 67, 127. Heavens of Buddhism described 133, 143.
Haliada 199.
Hells, Babylonian 36.
Rabbinical 49. Quranic 52.
Buddhistic 95, 99. All South Polar 36, 49, 99. Hole in the Sky 51.
Ilavrita 82.
Inferno 27, 48. Ishtar's Descent to Underworld 75. Shane Cosmology 85, 208, 214. Shambudvipa 86, 88. Change of Meaning 97. Jambutri 145. Kashvers 81.
King Solomon 29.
His Throne 51. Quranic Worldview 52, 57. Veneras 82. Length of life in the successive heavens 138 FE. In the Tapanahel 147.
221.
222. Index of subjects. Living and Dead Antipodal 38, 174, 177, 208.
Lunar Sphere, Earth Enclosing
101. 119, 199, 211.
Maenades 199.
Meru the Beautiful 80, 98, 135.
211.
Mithraism 67. Moon not to be confounded with the lunar sphere. Mountain of Sunrise identical with the Mountain of Sunset 193.
Myths interpretation difficult
102. 112. Naurakas 95, 99. Below the Pathslot 907. Navel A Earth, 195. Navel of Heaven, 61, 193. New Earth, the 47. Nidhogg, 204. Nile of Heaven. Paradises, North Polar, 130, 207. Patulus, inverted counterparts of the Varshas, 84, 213. Path of the Devas, 118. Path of the Pitris, 119. Peplos of Harmonia, 113. Philosophy attempted by prehistoric men, 110. Planets, Order of the Seven, 37. Pythagorean System, Origin of, 13. Quadrafrontal World Fountain, 74, 98, 116, 190. Rakia, 22, 44, 45. Ratatosk, 204. Sabinism, 67, 118. Shiel, 19, 27. Entrance, 42. 7 divisions, 50, 53. Ship of Light, 211. Sirat Bridge, 204. Soul, Winged and Bird-like, 43. Spindle of Necessity, 113. Stars, the Cabled. 2 Iron Canopy, 64. Fixed as nails in a roof, 45. Visible to the dead as to the living, 38, 176. Sunbark, 62, 104, 108. Sun Escorse Horizontal, 37, 73, 98, 145, 208. Target board maps incorrect, 86, 93. Throne Cities of the Heavens, 117. Toot Problem, 104, 108. Universe, Akkad-o-Sumerian, 40. Babylonian, 33, 40.
Biblical, 41 FE.
Buddhistic, 95, 100. Chinese, 14. Egyptian, 58, 69, 104. Homeric, 70, 79.
157, 191.
Indo-Iranian, 79, 93. 205 FE.
Quranic, 52 FE. Rabbinic, 49 FE.
Vedic, 91. Varshas, 80. Waters above the firmament, 31, 32.
Below the firmament, 32.
Crossed by the dead, 37, 44, 176. Way of Anu, frontispiece, 75. 118. Way of E, frontispiece, 75, 211. World Access, 117. Variously Pictured, 113, 177. World Doors, 75.
World Fountain, 74, 98.
190. 206. World thresholds, 75. World trees, 114, 200. Yggdrasil, 200 FE. Yugandhara, a covering vault, 212.
Zodiac, mislocated, 33.
In Babylonian system, 36, 38, 39. Equated with Rakia, 45. Its antiquity, 119.